Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, March the 17th. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a couple of yeses to let me know if you can see my screen and hear me, please? I guess that's a couple of yeses. All right. Well, look at China today, guys. China yesterday versus China today. So here, of course, is one of the big ETFs for China, KWEB. Now we're down 6%. Now yesterday at this point we were up about 25%. So yes, it's down. It's not down quite as much as it was up yesterday. And when I say up yesterday, of course, it was up a lot more than. I don't know when it ended up at, probably about 40%, but when we opened the market yesterday, it was up about 22%. So we're down 6%. Let's see what happens. A lot of the big China names, of course, are just fading now. And energy. So energy just popped. Let me just do a quick check again. As I noticed, I think Brent was at 103 and WTI was at 100. So it's just poking its head over 100 again. Let me just do a quick check to see if those numbers are still correct. Yeah, so Brent's 103 and WTI is 100. So oil just over 100 again, maybe, and you know, all those low floaters are flying again this morning. Take a look at Indo. You know, up 16%, $4.40, 1.5 million in the float. Whether this persists, I don't know, but I mean, they're alive again. The other big one with a lot of volume is HUSA, HUSA. A lot of volume, 1 million shares, only 8.8 million in the float. So just keep an eye on these to see whether or not, you know, this energy, if energy keeps running, then of course I think these ones will keep running too. And then another one, IMBP. Oops. All right. So this is a freight. This is not energy exactly, but it is, you know, it was running with the rest of the energy plays last week, the low floats. So again, let's just see. We have to wait for the market to open to see what happens. Market is kind of flat right now. SPY's down a little bit, but the market is kind of flat right now. Yeah, so some of the other ones on the move. MULN, they had a big, they put a press release out this morning. They had some coverage in Yahoo Finance, so that is MULN. EFOI is an earnings play. EFOI is an earnings play. And it was up, now it's down. Okay, so there you go. It was an earnings play when I looked at it this morning. Here it was up at $2, and now it's dropped 50 cents. So this may be a no-go. Warby, WRBY. This could be an interesting one. Is this an all-time low? Getting close. So WRBY earnings play. This may be the second time it's released earnings. Almost an all-time low. NQST had a big pop. It dropped right back down, not all the way back down, but it certainly gave, yeah, well, actually, look at this. So it popped up to 340, and then it's now down to 280. And this was a FDA fast track designation. No shorts for me at Interactive Brokers. IFRX, is this still up? Yeah, it's up a little bit, 10%. German stock. They received a corrected advice letter from the FDA. So I guess that was positive. This is kind of a weird one. They're going to delist. They made a sale of an asset, and this is RVI, and they're also saying they're going to delist. They sold a shopping mall in Mississippi for $38 million, and they are going to delist from New York effective April 7th. All right, so this is going to be delisted. Now this could be an interesting one. We need some volume, of course, but take a look at summer. Is it still hanging in there? Yeah, it's kind of hanging in there. SUMR through the 200-day moving average. Not very much volume right now. They released earnings after hours yesterday. The big pop after hours. Of note, of course, is that float. 1.7 million in the float. So this is an earnings play. To wait and see. I mean, this could go crazy with that float. Bigger one released earnings. Williams Sonoma released earnings up 8%. It's pretty low float, you know, for a $164 stock, 72 million in the float. Take a look at this gap though. It's on that weekly chart, so it's above all this. Next area would be that 170 area, 173 area. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but when you look at the weekly chart, that is the next area of potential resistance. Eager. This is a virus play. That's all I know. You read something about it. Reports a single dose of its Lambda vaccine for COVID. There's a 200-day moving average, 660. So it is sitting right there, right at that 200-day moving average. It's a relatively low float, 29 million in the float. I guess it is. I always check to see why a stock moves up or down. So, Dick, I see what your question. What do you look for? Well, we'll discuss trades, potential opportunities, ideas all day long. You're not going to see a posting saying, okay, here are the ones you should take for day trades. Here are the ones you should take for swing trades. It's not like that. HCM was interesting to me only for one reason. HCM, is it still interesting? Every other China stock, well, I guess not every other China stock, but most China stocks are down, of course, today. And this one is not. HCM is not, for whatever reason, and decent volume. So anyway, that's I thought that was a little bit interesting. This is sort of bucking the trend with the rest of the China stocks. And then PIK, P-I-K. Yeah, this is... take a look at it. It's still holding its gains. Yeah, pretty good, actually. And it's a low float, 5.5 million in the float. Trading higher after the company reported... reported a partnership with Disney for the release of Cheaper by the Dozen on Disney Plus. There you go. So there's your big pop for this one. Up 92%, 5.5 million, 9 million have traded already. What sort of resistance is there? When you look left on the daily chart, 379. That's the next high looking left. There's little areas here. But with that news and that float, it may not be over. And that is, that's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, though. Excuse me. TCBP. Again, I'm always skeptical. It's feel-good stories, when they're granted orphan drug designation. But anyway, we'll see. It's still up 24%. A lot of volume, 1.9 million traded. Only 9.9 in the float. But that is the reason for the pop for TCBP. And one other one, another little China stock, excuse me, that is actually, it's an earnings play, and it is up. And it's a very low float, 5 million. And this is WEI. To me, it's coming into a lot of resistance around that 160 level, but, it's kind of, again, bucking the China trend today. And Oxy, of course, if you want to play a bigger energy company, energy oil stock, Oxy, it's always been pretty good. It's got, resistance around that 58 mark. Of course, the energy stocks are definitely in vogue today. Just looking to see if I'm missing. Keep an eye on this one. I found this one. I can't remember what scan I found it on. This is not from today. BHIL. There's no volume yet. Just noticed it. It's got some room, of course. Interesting action. It doesn't trade very much, but definitely some very interesting action over the last week or so. I don't think I've ever seen this come up on a scan before. But, a couple of weeks ago, this was a 280 stock. It's at 510 now. And when you look left, I think, 513 is the next high looking left. So it's basically there. After that, we've got 580. So, again, there's no volume yet, but maybe one just to keep an eye on, especially if it holds over 5. For those of you looking to swing, I don't know, it is kind of interesting. All right, it's 9:11, so let me take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts. Morning, YouTubers. All right, let me just check my email here. A little more active than yesterday. Yesterday it was only about 3 downgrades and about 5 upgrades. A little more active today. Let me just get them in. Interesting. FXI got an upgrade. That's one of the China ETFs. Down right now. Oxy on the move, guys. OXY on the move. Morgan Stanley upgrading Norwegian Cruise Lines, NCLH. Though I noticed that the airlines, Jets was down this morning, so my guess is that the cruises are down also. All right, there are some of the upgrades. And just give me one moment, Zach. I'm just going to get the downgrades in. Take a look at Kirk. I don't really read the earnings reports, of course, but all I know is that they have earnings. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. I don't think there's an issue with the room. There are people in the room, so Mark, I don't know what to say here. I'll give you a link. You can try again. So I'm not aware of any issue trying to log into the what I call the main trading room. All right, let me take a look at Kirk, K-I-R-K. So they released. So interesting reaction. The first reaction was a little pop up, and now a big fade. So let's take a look left here. What do we see? 1037 is the next low looking left, and 1013. I mean, obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, but it takes out 10. That could catapult it down. Let's take a look on the monthly chart. 914. I don't know. It looks like there's between 10 and 9, or 1050 and 9. And we really have to take out 1018 to get it really rolling down. What did it get to right there? Got down to 10. I guess a break at 10. you know, and then the next low on the monthly chart is around 9. Not that much. I wish it were more close to an all-time low. Not very much volume in either. And you know, the fact that it released pre-market, and there's really there's no volume yet. Of course, this volume is going to pick up, but you would think there'd be a little more action pre-market. And there's our man for really reading financial reports, William. Thank you. Give me a moment. All right, so PIK is holding well, guys. PIK is holding pretty well so far. PIK. Let's take a look left. As I said, there's a little bit of resistance around that 379 mark. That is the next high looking left, and all the way here too. Boy, I wish all this weren't here. I wish it were more a clear shot up to that 7 level without any high looking left until that level. So hard to know what's going to happen. I mean, it's already up 86% and a ton of volume. It's going to right now, well, it's almost doubled the float in volume. And that summer SUMR is still really not doing much. Hardly any volume. It is an earnings play though. Pre-market, or sorry, after hours yesterday, it did get up to 1269. Yeah, but the big deal on this one, of course, is that float. 1.7 million in the float. That's ridiculously low. So I expect some fireworks either on the way up or on the way down. This is actually, it is shortable for me. How many shorts available? Yeah, 100,000 available at Interactive Brokers. So there is that. All right, let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening just before the market opens. My guess is that energy is going to be 100%. There we go, 100%. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Just a minute, please. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So what that 100% refers to is that every single stock that makes up XLE is up from yesterday's close, okay? So that's what I was saying, energy. The fact that it just poked its head above 100, maybe traders are thinking, okay, maybe we're back on our way to, well, higher anyway. Maybe, I don't know if we're going to back up to the 130, 140 mark, but anyway, that is what that's saying. And so when you look at the rest of them, look at tech right now, only 15% of them are above yesterday's close, communications, 20%, etc. So that's what these percentages refer to. Of course, as always, we could look at this 15 minutes after the market opens or half an hour, and we could see a very, very different story. So, but this is what we're looking at right now, so you can tell right now, energy, energy, energy. Okay. Okay, just looking to see if anything else is kind of popping in. I did see somebody mention the SMFL. SMFL. Yeah, this is first. I didn't see it until well, right there. I guess when I opened the room, right at 9 o'clock. So up until that, it was really sleep. Well, it wasn't doing anything. But now, yeah, 3 million. 2.8 million, 7.5 million in the float. This is going to trade the float easily. SMFL. What are they? Smart for Life product selected by Amazon for launch. Okay, in Singapore. Yeah, in Singapore. So that is your news for SMFL. The one that the Matrix Group, Golden Matrix Group. Yeah, there wasn't very much. Still not very much volume. GMGI, big pop up though, and it's a fairly low float. It's hard to know what's going to happen when they open with that little volume. Give me a moment here as I adjust some lists. Boy, this WEI got all the way up to $1.68. It's a low float earnings play out of China. 5 million in the float. Did get all the way up here, 168. It's pulled back a lot. Look where it stalled. I mean, really, look at that daily resistance right there. I mean, that's basically right where it stalled. All right, PagerDuty, PD. That's starting to get some volume here, guys. PagerDuty is actually an earnings play. Also released earnings after hours yesterday. This is actually pretty cool. Good. I mean, look at the gap after hours. This is that mauve area right here, flattened out. But look at this pre-market. It held basically the after hours gap, and now starting to move a little bit here. Not a ton of volume yet, but of course it'll pick up. And when you look left on the daily chart, you see 32.31 is the next high looking left. So it's got about $1 to that level. If it can ever break through that, though, boy, it's got room to the 34.33 until it hits the next high looking left. So PD, definitely I'd be watching this one on both sides. I mean, it depends what this market does today. The market is going to open a little bit down. So we could get a lot of fades, of course. Give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm just looking to see again if there's anything creeping in here Blocks, not very much volume, or Biox, no, was it blocks or Biox? Blocks. Yeah, not very much volume yet. Where are they out of? That's an interesting looking flag. Argentina, I should know that. After watching the Maradona series. BIOX, not very much volume yet, but it is starting to give it up, and it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Just wanting to see if there's any specific news. So they had some news yesterday that they're making an acquisition. In fact, that was after hours too. So that news hit after hours. So I guess they're to acquire Marrone Bio Innovations in an all-stock deal. So investors right now not liking it. Obviously, going to be some dilution. Expensive one. Let's take a look at what Zach is talking about. NUE, 130 fails. Yeah, right there. It's a big float. Another one that's just creeping in here, guys. CDEV. Actually, it's not a low float. It's an energy play, though. Energy play. So energy is going to be, in play today for sure. PD. Look at PagerDuty. PD. Look at PD. Just took a little pop up again. Man, oh man. Now look at all these China stocks. Yeah. All that euphoria of yesterday. Boy, if they take out the lows of yesterday, look out below for the China stocks. Let's take a look at KWeb and see where the low of, here's the low of yesterday. I'm going to stick an alert here, guys. I mean, if it takes out the low of yesterday, look out, because it's still got a lot of room to fall. And that may, of course, it's going to drag, all the China stocks will be falling if that happens. All right, guys, give me one moment. All right, thank you, William. Yes, a minute to the open, less than a minute to the open. And typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes, so we'll see what happens. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Yesterday was pretty awesome in terms of all those China stocks. And it could be the same today, with the China stocks, just on the way down this time. I'm hearing Snap. Ooh, Snap. Look at Snap on the way down here. All right, guys. 2, 1, 0. We are now open. Yeah, what a difference a day makes. Look at all these running, gapping down. All China. Maybe not Snap and Warby, but basically they're all China stocks. And there's Queb, KWEB on the way down here. Big It was trying to base for a while, but it's giving it up. SPY, let's take a look at the markets as we open. So NAS is down, Dow is down, and the SPY is down as we open. That's why I don't like trading early. Look at this PagerDuty. Look at PD. Look at the pop it had all the way up to 31.84 and then right back down to 30.39. All right, PIC just made a new high here. PIK took out the pre-market highs, 369. Again, a little wary of all this here, but it might just soar right through 395 now. And again, it's all to do with that float, 4.5 million in the float. There's PIC leading the charge in the race. Just one moment. All right, PIC, $4 now, $4. Wow, just like yesterday. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, yesterday you throw in a dart, you could have had just about any China stock was moving higher. Now virtually every China stock is moving lower. Remember KC yesterday? Well, it doesn't matter. Just pick a China stock. They're moving down. Look at KWEB. Now, if you're wondering why I wouldn't take KWEB right off the bat, because, you know, you can always get a little pop in the first 15 minutes, again, until things really settle down. I mean, in this case, it may not. I mean, this may be down for the rest of the day. Wow, pick over 4 now, guys. Pick over 4. Yeah, CSIQ is actually an earnings play. Didn't realize that. CSIQ, an earnings play. This was the trade of the week last week. Did extremely well last week before it pulled back. Yeah, there's MULN. Look at that bottoming tail just below $2, and then it popped right back up. It's got some room. I think 240 is where I saw it, or 225. 225 is the next high looking left. Then after that, I think it's 223, then 263. So it's got a little bit of work to get through that area, but it is a low float, and it did have. Their big news today was that they had some kind of a write-up on Yahoo Finance. That was what they published anyway. And that's Summerdew, SUMR. Not seeing it anywhere yet. Wow, just, man, not really, not doing anything. SUMR, this is an earnings play. Had a big pop after hours yesterday, all the way up to 1269. Still kind of hanging tough. Again, the big deal is that float, 1.7 million in the float. So this could get, should be active. Indo, guys, Indo. Again, you got to be awfully careful, of course, with something like an Indo, with that price of a stock and 1.5 million in the share, so, or the float. So be very careful with this one, of course, as always. IMPP. Another one. It's early though. These are all early. IMPP, the next high looking left is around 3. Yeah, so look what happened with KWEB. This is exactly why I did not pile into the short immediately. So it got down to what, 28, and it's almost popped $1 from there. So another one of those little low float energy plays, 9. Another one, ENSV. And of course, Husa. I would probably look at Husa and the other one, Indo. They have tons of volume. HUSA. But again, 8.8 million in the float. So if you're going to take any one of these low floaters, do not leave your computer. All right, don't take the trade and then wander away for a bit. Commodities hot again. Let's take a look at wheat. WEAT. Okay, well, it's over 10 anyway. The next high looking left is 1058. All right, I was just gonna, oh, there's the MULN guys, now 220, so 222, so it is starting to move now. Again, the next high looking left is 225. 225 is the next high looking left. After that, it is that right? 276? Can't be. 263. Yeah, so let's see, I think it's 223 and then 263. Let me get a bigger chart up. All right, so looking left, so what do we see here? We see 225, then 223. So that little area right there, if it can take that out, then it's got a shot to that 263 level, okay? Yeah, EIGR, virus play, yes, over the 200-day moving average. And it is a virus play. And IMTE just, well, okay, was halted, and now it's resuming. Okay, IMTE. Okay, when you look left for EIGR, the next high on the monthly chart is around 822. And on the weekly chart, the next high is 751, and then there's that 802. So got a little bit of work to get through the 750 to the 8 level, really. It's a fairly low float, 29 million in the float, so it's a fairly low float. Yeah, this is shortable too at Interactive Brokers. EIGR. You must have shorted this in E-Trade, William. Yeah, this is dropping now, guys. I mean, that's why in the first 15 minutes things can be so erratic. So, yes, I will miss the ones that keep running from the beginning. No, that's interesting. I thought the AI was actually looking to go long that one, but it is not. But I'm talking EIGR. Just watching this EIGR, I want to see how well this holds. If it doesn't hold, I'm probably going to short it along with the AI. But you got to be really careful. Of course, that float, the float is not crazy low. It's not high, but it's not crazy low. Just hanging around that 750 level. Well, price is always for the stock, okay, Mo? Price is always the stock price, not the option price. So there's the EIGR, guys. Okay. And I'm not familiar with PCTV actually at all. But remember, you can't make up code if it's not there. But anyway, the price is always the stock price. All right, EIGR is just kind of hanging around that 750 mark. All right, maybe we've got direction now. Solid direction for KWeb, maybe. The low of yesterday was what? Was around 26.44. So this has got a couple of dollars to that low. I've never looked at it that way, Mo, but I guess not. Because the price always refers to the price of the stock. It's got nothing to do with the option price. Okay, so it always refers to the price of the stock. You can, of course, you have your option volume today. But I don't think that's not what you're looking for. The metric I use, though, I mean, to me, it's not so much a million. Is a million that big a deal? What my deal would be more is, okay, because a million may not be abnormal, right? A million may not be abnormal at all. Maybe it always trades that. So I think the metric that you might want to take a look at, though, is the option volume today percent. Because, for instance, I do have this little option scanner. I don't trade options, but right there. And so what I do is, as long as it's a minimum of 2,000 contracts, but that has to be 300% of normal. So again, I'm always, people ask, well, I want to see the stocks that have the most volume today, not just option volume. Why would that matter? Okay, in my opinion, if Apple normally trades 2 million shares a day, whatever that number is, and it's trading 2 million today, it's obviously not abnormal. But if Apple all of a sudden is trading 6 or 10 million shares today, that's abnormal. So I'm always looking for the abnormality in volume, be it number of option contracts or the volume itself. So, but it's up to you. And I don't trade options. I don't trade options, okay? I'm just looking for stocks that are having an abnormal having abnormal option activity, and I may choose then to trade the stock. So I'm not trading options itself. All right, guys, I'm really, really interested in this eager Iger to see if it really breaks down. Right now, it's not breaking down that much. It's still at that 750 mark. All right, well, instead of staring at it, just set some price alerts. Yeah, so it's not ready to fall yet. EIGR is not quite ready to fall yet. I mean, it may not fall at all, but it's not quite ready to fall yet. But these topping tails, look at these topping tails on the 15-minute chart. 774, 773. It might try one more attempt to get through there. If it can't, then the buyers could get into, our sellers could get control. All right, Billy on the way down. China on the way down, guys. Here's K-Web. Here's K-Web. Here's the low. And again, keep an eye on that. Put a price alert. I mean, I know it's still about $3, $2 away from that. But if it takes this low of yesterday out, I mean, look out below for all these China stocks. Wow, look at Billy, B-I-L-I, if you want to pick one, but... So this is what I'm talking about, breaking down on volume. Look at, this is... Yesterday, these were all breaking up on volume. All these names are breaking up on volume. Now they're all breaking down on volume. So what's the market doing now? So NAS is still down. Markets are still down. SPY is trying to get back to even. A couple of little green bars so far. Well, I've got my sound alert here is wow, and this is just saying wow, 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 over and over and over again now, guys. All these China stocks. It's up to you. It's up to you. I'm not telling anybody what to do, but, we talked about it, and most of those China stocks are just giving it up today after having fabulous days yesterday, or fabulous day yesterday. Now look at TCOM here, guys. And again, China stock, TCOM is almost at the low of yesterday, 21.29. And there's, boy, K-Web's getting closer and closer to that low of yesterday. Wow, Billy, Billy, Billy. All right, Eager. Iger. I missed it. I missed the entry I wanted. Excuse me, for the short on EIJR. All right, first 15 in the books. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I'm just keeping an eye on this Billy. So if you're going to short any of the China stocks, my advice is to have KWeb, okay, up and running alongside, your chart to make sure that KWeb doesn't have a pop on you. But right now, I mean, it's been straight down. Yeah, remember these days with IMTE got up to what? No, even worse. I think on a monthly chart I can find something that's even higher. 18, I think I can find something higher. Yeah, $45. I remember this. The room was open then, yeah, in 2018. All right, guys, I've covered some of the Billy now, okay? BILI, as it just as it was approaching 24 again. So here is the other big China ETF, FXI. Trades a little bit more than KWeb. Doesn't have quite the usually percentage moves that KWeb does. Dell. Any news on Dell? Let's see. Yeah, you're right though. It is falling. It's not an earnings play, so I don't know. I don't know why it's falling. I can't see any specific news on it. This is a strange one. This summer is a strange one. SUMR. It's just not doing anything. Not very much volume. You can see 107,000 shares is traded. That represents 50 times normal. So you can just see it doesn't trade very much. But it's that float that, I mean, if it ever gets rolling, either on the upside or the downside. But it's just not moving at all. SUMR. And it's an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. Ooh, man, I missed this one. This is a big gap down and reverse. This is an earnings play for Warby, WRBY, a gap down and reverse. And it's an earnings play. It's, it wouldn't surprise me it went positive. It's a big, got down to 9. Wow, I mean, that is a big recovery. I mean, it was down to 20 in the pre-market. back up to 26. What's the spread like? Yeah, the spread's not terrible. All right, this is from Zach's topping scan, the PSTG. I don't have Dell in there because it's out of the price range, but so PSTG out of the price range that I have put on his scan. So let's see if this works. There's probably some support around 32.40. So I'm not looking for much on this, but I'm in this one now. Is summer a buyout also? I did not know that. Interesting, because it's fairly new, but you're right. Thank you. I didn't see that. All I saw was the earnings. All right. So this is that's the reason then. Acquisition by Kids 2. Thank you for that, Super Dave or SPB Dave. So that's the reason why this is flatlining, really. Okay, just keeping an eye on the PSTG. Want to see, obviously, if it gets close to that whole number again, I'll be out. But the alert came at 37.56. You know, watched it go up, got to that whole number, came back down. So I'm in just around 37. Well, right here, 37.84. That's exactly where I'm short. And I'll put a whole number, have a whole number stop on it. That's from Zach's scan. All out of Billy. Now look, so you know the KWAB did not take out that low, so it's actually had a bit of a bounce. Okay, I'm all out of the Billy also, the Billy short. KWAB has had a bounce now, so not quite straight down. I'm telling you, if it had taken out that low, that would have been awesome. Now, this PDD probably has had an awesome bounce. 37.56, yes. You know, PDD China stock, and that's from Zach's bounce scan. So a lot of the China stocks now are going to look like this with these big bottoming tails. That's why I'm saying, if you're trading China today, make sure you keep an eye on what KWEB is doing. You see that bottoming tail? Same as that one for PD. Okay. Yeah, MULN took out that level then. It took out that 223-ish I was talking about, so it took it out. So if you're in this one now, the next level is 260. So you know, China, I think they're going to reintroduce China into our dog channel bar. If you're willing to go to the old channel bar, click on channel bar. I can't do it because my layout will disappear. We still have a China channel, I think. I know it's here. There you are. There's the China channel, okay? But again, this is then your layout will disappear. So if you save your layout, I can't do this because my layout will disappear, okay? But if you save your layout and then load this, and then you can take the top list that is in there and then save it. Does that make sense? But make sure, again, save your layout first, okay, if you've got a layout up and running. I've actually suggested that they're going to be, they talked about this in the Q&A yesterday, Dan and Brad. They're going to make it so that they're going to be the same. So we may put China back. What we did is we tried to streamline it. We looked at the usage of all the channels, and some China, I mean, obviously in the last couple of weeks, heavy usage, but we looked at the usage of a lot of the channels, and they just weren't getting used. So we started eliminating them. They'll always be there. In other words, they'll always be there, available as a cloud link if somebody requested it. But there's nothing you can do. In other words, there's nothing you can. It's not like a bug. It was done on purpose. We had too many channels. I'm not saying that this is the be all and the end all in terms of the channels that we have, but I mean, when I look at it now, like way more streamlined. I mean, it was crazy. We had a lot of channels that were doing the same thing. It was very confusing, I think, to a lot of people. So we've streamlined it. It wasn't even costly to keep them working. It was just confusing to people. Like, why have 100 channels? I mean, I'm exaggerating. 100 channels when only 10 of them are being used to any great extent. All right, guys, I may be getting booted out of the PSTG. It looks, let's see what it's, is there any news on this one? I think. Is alpha? Yeah, alpha though I believe is more just like. Is alpha? Did they actually take the alpha? I mean, really. Yeah, the momentum channel really covers most of that. Okay. All right, gap down and reverse. Let's take a look at some of these gap down and reversals. Rack space, RXT. All right, one more kick at this one, PSTG. You can still request it, okay, Mike. You can still ask for. I mean, it's not that they've all been archived. Well, the other thing too, I mean, yeah, I mean, you can obviously go to the old channel bar. Problem is, again, if you have a layout all up and running, then you're going to lose your layout. But as long as you save your layout, and then you can go to save your layout, and then go to the Alpha Predator, extract what you want. And then save it to the cloud. Bring your layout back, and then you can have it. Boy, big bounce. Well, if you're looking for stocks on the move, check out the Momo channel, Mike. It depends what you're looking for, Also, I'm sharing a lot of scans. I don't know. It sounds like you're kind of new to trade ideas. I am sharing a ton of scans myself. Okay, so again, if you click on my homepage link right there, you click on my link and you go to the scan set. Whoops, and we still have the St. Patrick's Day sale on. Where is that? X. Okay, and here is my scan. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. So I've got a lot of scans here. Okay, so you can take a look at these too. If you're looking for momentum trades, I mean, there you are. You hear me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers a lot. These are stocks if you're looking to short things that have maybe topped out, or looking to buy things that have maybe bottomed out. This is good for that. Come on, Mr. PSTG. Let's really move down now. PSTG has that room to. Where did I see it on that? Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's a little bit jumpy. I love these topping tails, though. Again, the buyers tried to get this up here. The sellers have looked like they're in control a little bit. Well, high-low ticker is simple. I mean, you can take mine and you can just adjust it. I mean, you might want a different price range. You might want a different volume and all that. But I mean, a basic high-low ticker is simple. I mean, it is, we have the alert. Just choose, new high for the day, new low for the day. And so you can create your own. Put a price range you like, minimum volume that you like. Maybe you want it up a certain percent or down a certain percent before you see it. I might have to give up on this PSCG right now, again. I took a small loss the first time. I'm slightly under right now, but I'm going to give it a little more time. Let's be on your end, Dukester. In terms of focusing the view, if you're looking at in YouTube, right? Make sure you select high definition. Okay, there's nothing I can do on my end. Make sure though there's an option within YouTube to make sure you select high definition. What a bounce! Wow, what a bounce now for K-Web. So this is a little more challenging here. Do we trust this bounce? Do we trust this that they're going to continue? And the market is starting to inch its way up. Now the NAS is positive. Everything is positive now. Remember when we opened up, everything was negative. Well, and EIGR, super strong, guys. I mean, waited and didn't really take that. I joking, well, not jokingly said, but I missed an opportunity to short it, and I would have made a little bit, but no, this is strong. This is strong. Yeah, this is super strong. EIGR. Just when you think you don't have to say, and this stock is a virus play, this is a virus play, guys. EIGR is a virus play. Yeah, the Iger sanction. We put an E in there between the G and the R, and you got it, I think, right? That old Clint Eastwood movie? Yeah, Clint Eastwood movie. All right, I can't keep watching this one. I've got to move on a little bit, so I'm just going to set some price alerts now for PSTG. See if it can take out this low there. If it takes out that low, that might get it running a little bit down. Salvage something from this trade, perhaps. There's nothing from my 10-day daily breakdown yet. And with the market moving a little bit higher, we may not get very many. But look at this. This is the 10-day daily breakout. 705. Got up to 796. Pick 383. Got up to 433. So if you've taken these, I just don't like taking them this early. But if you little less conservative than me, you know, these early on, these 10-day daily breakouts would have worked out very well. You got to trade them though. Yeah, volume. Well, relative volume too. What's Tesla? Okay, PSTG. Let's see if you can keep moving down a little bit more. Let's take an alert around 3270. See if I can induce it downwards. Yeah, I mean, at least Tesla's trading, you know, slightly more than normal. So I missed, well, okay, so Zach's VRT, the trigger was at 1315 as a potential short. Okay, maybe one more leg down before I start to cover this. Man, I can't do it. I was going to short this VRT, but I just can't do it. I feel I missed it. I should be just underneath 13 on the short. It still has room. You look at the 5-minute chart, maybe some support around 1269 if you took that short. These are more, minor scalps, I guess. Okay, this is what I'm talking about, guys. These are the topping plays, okay? There's that PSTG, 32.97. RLX, 235. And VRT, 13.15. So you can just sort of see what happened after. I have this on don't repeat. So I can always check to see where was the first alert, what did it do from there? And there's the PDD on a bounce, 37.56. And man, did that ever. Got all the way up to 39.69, with a lot of the China stocks. But look at KWeb now. This is, as opposed to, was it last week when KWeb basically was straight down? And then yesterday when KWeb was basically straight up, we're a little more erratic right now. But some of the China stocks are better than others. Look at this BEKE. And when I talk about better than others, I mean this is below yesterday's low. All right, Rambus is all-time high. Wow, all-time high. Semis, okay, all-time high. It just showed up on the 10-day daily breakout. Meanwhile, EIGR Eiger just made another new high. So the next high looking left looks like it's right there. Almost there. 822 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. And that should correspond with, actually 802 is the next high in the weekly chart. And there's that monthly high right there, 820. So we could get a lot of resistance right now. So this might, if it gets over 8 and then gets close to that 820 and 820 fails, this could turn into a nice little short. Well, I think RSX is still halted, unless Russian stocks are open now. Yeah, all the Russian stocks are not open. They've been halted for a while. For a couple of weeks now, even 3 weeks. All right, go PSTG. A little bit of patience and got me in the next leg down. No, it's not. It's not on a channel. But if you go to my homepage, Tracy, go to my homepage. Click on my homepage link that I just put in there, and go to the scan section, and you'll find it. It's called Zach's Bouncers and Toppers. Okay. Someone in our YouTube room was wondering where to find Zach's Bouncers and Toppers. All right, guys, it's now 10:20, so guys, this Eiger, boy, this looks really ripe for a short. You get these topping tails, 8 maybe being rejected. All right, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. And as always, I start off with my homepage. There is a lot of information on my homepage, including all the scans that I share. All right, so when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, we do have a promo on, St. Patrick's Day promo, Patty 20, Patty in caps, for 20% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is what you're going to see. We have 4 plans. Annual, monthly, premium standard. So the annual, the big one, $2,000 less than 20%. That brings that down to $1,600. And the standard, $9,000, that brings it down to $800, okay, with the 20% discount. The big difference is the AI, which, has nothing going for it right now, okay? Yesterday was a great day with the AI, but, every day is going to be different. Now, my recommendation, do not take out an annual subscription unless you know you want this product. You have to look at our refund policy, okay? So don't be caught unawares. You don't have to. Take out a monthly. Start off with a monthly. $118, $228, less the 20% for that first month. If you decide you do want to upgrade to an annual, and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 20%. Okay? So start off with a monthly. Make sure you want the product. Three free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and trade ideas education right here. So we've got a great user guide now. If you're I wouldn't start off with this. You can, if you're new. It is all segmented: alert windows, top list windows, multi-strategy windows. You want to learn more about our stock races, which is fairly new addition. Click on, these are all segmented. You also can click on the full table of contents, and this is all here. It's all searchable. But what I would probably do if you're brand new, just take a look at the introductory lessons first. This is a really quick overview of the basic features of trade ideas, okay? I would take a look at that first. Then you can dive into the user guide if you want. Daily support session. So I take a break at noon. You'll hear me refer to a YouTube room all the time. So when I take my break at noon, one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room, and from 12 to 1. Today is Thursday, so it should be Jamie. So before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. I'll also confirm it is Jamie. Also, Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30 p.m. in our YouTube room, Chris Varley is there from Trade Ideas, okay? Daily webinars. So the webinars are done for this week. Next week, it'll be Tuesday, Thursday. We're on that sort of a rotation. One week it's Monday, Wednesday. Next week it's the following week it's Tuesday, Thursday. But you can sign up for them all here. And back to basics. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this great series together. If you're new to trading, I recommend you take a look at this. Starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so those are all the free sections. And then, of course, if you want my scans, you must be a subscriber. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. Here are Zach's bouncers and toppers. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market, especially these 2, though. The pre-market actives up and down. You have the gap up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. You're going to get set for the day. We'll see what's happening in the pre-market. Obviously, just because something is really moving in the pre-market doesn't mean it's going to continue to move in the direction, or even keep going. They may just fizzle out once the market opens. But at least we have, there is some preparation, so we have an idea about what might be active. So these 2 sections here, a lot of information. Save my link, and then you can look at this anytime you want. So that Iger is still strong. I'm out of the PSTG guys now, okay? More like a scalp, but the Iger is still strong. Mullen giving it up, MULN giving it up. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. I think EIGR just made a new high. I think. Yeah, right there. I can see it right there. So it is not ready to short yet. All right, I just popped a link in called Brokerage Plus. If you click on the link, you'll see there are 2 videos. There's a short video if you happen to have an IB Interactive Brokers account, or look, I'm sorry guys, I just got distracted here. I was talking about this one in the pre-market. I don't know what sort of volume there is. It's actually starting to pick up. This BHIL. It's got a lot of room on the daily chart. And it's over that 513. The next high is 580. Interesting. Anyway, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas. You have to be using our app. If you're using our web-based version, it is not available. You'll notice it says Brokerage Plus here, and there are 2 options underneath, Live and Sim. This is the simulation, which I'll talk about. But again, if you have an IB account, Interactive Brokers account, or an E-Trade account, you can use this window. Any other brokerage firm doesn't work. So please don't ask me when or if another brokerage will be added. Not that we don't want to, but there are just some issues that have to be solved. Now, again, please listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or an E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. Well, we're a scanner. That's what we do. Okay, doesn't matter that. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, I forgot that. I forgot that part of my spiel. So that's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Okay, it doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. Now, you notice that I was sharing a lot of my scans. You can also go into our. If you click on New from our toolbar, click on Dock Channel Bar, and these are all theme-based channels. So for instance, we have a momentum channel, pretty popular. So if you're looking for a momentum scan, I also have one that I'm sharing. It's very much like this one, but here's a momentum scanner. If you like this, and just like my scans that I'm sharing, if you right-click, click on Configure, Summary, okay, you'll see what the scan is looking for. Now, if you like. Again, this also relates to my scans. If you like exactly what I'm looking for in my scans, fine. But you may have a different idea about a price range. Maybe you want between 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 50 in this particular scan. You can make the change. Maybe you want a different volume. Want a higher minimum volume. You can make the change. If I say OK right now and OK again, the change is made. Now I can save this to the cloud, all right? And what I'm really trying to explain here, though, is you can go to the different channels and start extracting scans that we have created. And then you can, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time, create your own layout with scans that we have created for you. And again, you can always adjust the scans. Okay? Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. If I right-click on an alert window and click on Configure and click on Search, these are all of the alerts that we have when you see these icons. And if I scroll down, these are the filters that we have. Now, don't get hung up on how many we have. One of the things we did at Trade Ideas is most people do not want to have to learn a programming language. So what we decided early on as a company, say, you know what, let's create a lot of alerts, a lot of filters for the absolute majority of our thousands of customers. They can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. You don't have to learn them all, of course. It's kind of an a la carte, like a menu. Pick and choose the ones you want. Meanwhile, EIGR, severe rippage here now, guys. So again, you can create your own scans if you want. Most people at the beginning probably want to take a look at my scans, the scans from the channel bar, just to get somewhat acclimatized acclimatized to using trade ideas, and then they can dive into creating their own scans if they want, or just adjusting the ones that we have given to you. Okay? Yeah, I have no prediction on crude oil. But others may chime in. So getting back to this window that we call Brokerage Plus, again, so if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. You know, we're a scanner. That's what we do. Okay, it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use us. We're a scanner. This is just a feature that we have. If you happen to have, let me check out FRHC. A hit piece. Is that the right symbol? Yeah, sometimes my 15-minute chart, I don't know why, I might have to change it out. Really, it hasn't taken effect yet, that's for sure. FRHC, there's a little bit of volume. What flag is that? Kazakhstan, interesting. I don't think I've ever seen a Kazakhstan stock. Now, the other main reason to use this, though, is as a simulator, okay? So if you're new to trading, you know, I can't emphasize more strongly, practice trading before you start trading with real money. Our simulator is, it's very effective. It uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. In fact, if you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and then you're away to go. You just click on Sim. When I click on Sim, notice it says not connected here. If I click on Sim, and then it should say eventually. Okay, it'll say select account. And then I click on select account and this pops up. Just click on simulated trading default. The reason, you can create different simulated trading defaults, or within if you start to trade using your IB or E-Trade, you'll see you can select, but in this, I'm just making it simple. One, only have the simulated trading default, so here it is. Now, why we see this one? I kept this one in. I wanted to show people that, we did this one yesterday as in the simulator. If you leave a stock, you don't close it out at the end of the day, then this will carry over, so you can practice swing trading. You can practice swing trading, okay, if you don't close out a position at the end of the day. I think I'll get rid of it now. Only I can do this, so don't try. Now, to use a simulator is really, really simple. Once you're connected, click on the sim and make sure you've got the simulated trading default in here. You just click on an alert and the symbol will show up. Pick how many shares you want to trade, the price, and if you're going to buy it, in other words, to go long, you buy it. If you're going to short it, you click the sell button. That's it. That Iger is a bit of a difficult one. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. Not very smooth yet. All right, I keep hearing, yeah, so this one has been halted, resumes. Oh, this is I guess this is an IPO today. Cam, this is one of those cheap ones, maybe? I did not see it. I did not do my homework over the weekend. But this was trading pre-market, so I don't think... Let's take a look here. Begins... Oh, okay, so this is just a symbol change, okay? So a new ticker symbol, ALLG. This is why it looks like an IPO. It's not really. And it was halted and resumed, and it's halted again. ALGG. Yeah, it looks like it has 54 million. So it looks like it's down. I mean, 377, 34%. So this is sometimes when something starts trading as a new symbol, you get kind of weird data. A little choppier day, at least for me today, than yesterday, when especially with the China stocks that went basically straight up. A lot of shorts, yeah, available at Interactive Brokers. I mean, the trend is up, but let's take a look at that monthly chart. Where did it stall? 822, 820. Amazing, isn't it? So there's the high looking left in the monthly chart. That is 4 months ago, 822. And that's basically where it got to, 820. I'm not saying it's going to keep stalling there, but the next high, if it can get through that, is 840. So there's probably a lot of resistance right now between here and this 850 mark for Iger. SIAC. Yeah, I don't see any news. I don't see any recent news for it, so I have no idea. It's not an energy play, so you wouldn't, I don't know. Might have to go to Twitter or something like that, maybe, but I'm not showing anything on IB's headline. All right, let's talk a little bit about money management, okay? I'm not getting as many alerts right now, so let's talk a little bit about money management. Well, first of all, let me show you how you can use the simulator to take something on, say, a pullback, all right? So say you wanted to take this MULN, but you didn't want to take it right now. You wanted to take it on a pullback, say to $2. Let's just make up a number here. And you wanted to take, say, 300 shares if it pulled back to $2. So you take $2 in both the price and the stop. Okay, you pick how many shares you want, and then you click the buy button. And this will take that trade. If it goes down to, you'll see a line will show up on the chart. Eventually, you'll see a line show up on the chart. There we go. So there's a blue line in the chart. So there it is, okay? So if MULN goes down to $2, it'll take the trade. So that's how you can practice, taking a pullback trade. Conversely, if you thought, you know what, I'd love to see it take out that high right there, 238, you could have put the price above the current price at 240. And the blue line, you click the buy button, and then the blue line would have appeared above the price, and it would have taken the trade. So that's how you can place conditional orders using our simulator, okay? Now, at some point, if you said, you know what, I know I wanted to do that, but I don't want to do that anymore. You know, maybe the market's conditions are changed. Something is, you know, you just don't want to do it anymore. You just go to the orders and you right click and cancel it. Okay? Now let's actually take a trade and talk a little bit about money management. All right, let's say we wanted to take this EIGR. I mean, it's pretty whippy, but I just want to show you. If you were bound to determine you wanted to take it, so first of all, before you take a trade, you really should have some kind of a checklist, okay? In fact, you really should be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. You know, be selective. Don't just take a trade because, yeah, I think I like it, or you got a feeling or something like that. You should have some kind of a checklist. Now, I can't tell you what your checklist is going to be. Most of the things are already checked for me based on my scans. In other words, I'm never going to see anything, you know, unless it's the price range I want, minimum volume that I want, minimum relative volume that I want. Okay, so most of the things that I need to have checked are already checked because of my scan. Okay, Don, I can't help you there, okay? What I would do is I'll give you our home page and indicate that that's what's happening, and they may tell you what to do. I just can't help you. So if you click on the home page, and then where it says, this should pop up, questions and answers, give them your email address, make sure that you use for trade ideas, so they can look up your account. Okay, there might be something relevant to your account or something else, but I unfortunately cannot help you. Okay, we were talking about the Eiger. Okay, let me take I want to take 200 shares. I'm going to show you why, okay? And I'm going to take it at the market because it's only a 2-cent spread. Okay, so it took the trade at 8.15, okay? That's where it took the trade. I'm going to put a stop. Just give me a moment. I'm going to add a stop order, 765, and I'll explain why I'm doing this. I'm trying to keep the math very, very simple. Okay? So when you get into trading, let's assume that everything is checked. Okay, you've got everything checked. In other words, all the reasons why you have to take a trade, or sorry, for all the reasons you have it. Again, you're going to have your checklist. You're able to check every box, so you say to yourself, "Yes, I can take this trade." Well, you know what? They're not all going to work. even though you might, everything is checked, and some even setups look even better than others, but sometimes they just aren't going to work. So you have to have a stop. In my opinion anyway, that's how I trade. I always have a stop. I always have a price I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working for me. You notice I put a stop at 765 here, and it says minus $100. So that's the next aspect. I mean, if you agree with me that you should have a stop, then the next aspect is this. How much are you actually going to risk on the trade if it doesn't work? Now, if you have a $5,000 account, I don't think you should be risking $1,000 a trade, right? So what I do in the simulator is I'm risking always $100 a trade. That's why it says minus 100. How did that appear? Well, before you take the trade, you know where you're getting in, you know what your stop is. So in this particular case, my stop was 50 cents away. I'm not saying that's where you should have the stop. And where you put your stop, I mean, that's a lot of the practice. Probably a good idea, to make it really, really easy, is to maybe put your stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Okay, that'll make it easy. That is a really defined price. I tend to be a little, I tend to put my stops at where I think there might be some support if it broke down. But support can be a little bit subjective. So consequently, the low of the previous 5-minute candle, that's a defined price. So you can always practice like that. So let's just say that was the low of the previous 5-minute candle. 815 minus 765 is 50 cents. If I'm going to risk $100 a trade, I divide 50 cents into 100, I get 200 shares. Okay, that's why, I took 200 shares in this case, just to make the math super simple. So there's a little bit of, math that comes into this. You're going to have to subtract, your entry and your stop, divide that number into how much you're willing to risk per trade. The other thing is, try not to risk, don't risk 100 one trade, 1,000 the next, 500 the next, $50 the next. Try to keep the amount you're risking about the same every trade. Do not get into revenge trading. Do not say, okay, I risked 100 the first trade, I just lost 100, I better risk 200 the next trade so I can make up that loss and then make some money in the next trade. You lose that one, now you're down 300. Well, I better risk 400 the next trade, on and on and on. Now, one of the more difficult things sometimes is to obey your stop. Again, you get all excited about a trade. Everything looked fantastic. Had a great press release, a great setup. You were able to check every box. And, again, some setups are going to look better, even if, all the boxes get checked. But sometimes, a setup will look even better. But it doesn't work sometimes. So one of the worst things that you can do is allowing yourself not to obey your stop, and then having that $100 loss turn into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally sell. And you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. So that is one aspect. Almost as worse, though, is not obeying your stop, watching your $100 manageable loss turn into $200, $300, and then it does turn around and comes right back up, and now you're making $200, $300, $400, $500. Can that happen? Of course it can happen. Okay? But my experience, not obeying your stop, you may get lucky, every now and then, not obeying it, and then it comes ripping back and you're making money, and you pat yourself on the back saying, great, I didn't obey my stop because now I'm making a lot of money. Can it happen? Of course it can. All I'm saying, if you want to last in this business, from my experience, not obeying your stop over and over again can really, really damage your account. So guys, I'm off my soapbox. You're going to do what you're going to do, but all I can say is practice trading in our simulator. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money with real money, okay? And unfortunately, making money in a simulator does not guarantee you're going to make money, because all of a sudden, like all the things I just talked about, it becomes very emotional when all of a sudden real money is on the line. Simple enough to obey all your stops and, lots of, your discipline is easy in a simulator. Not as easy once you start trading real money. Okay? All right, let me start looking at some other things here. Some of the China stocks are continuing to move down. Some of them bounce. LI really didn't bounce. Well, I guess it did. There's a bottoming tail there. But Billy, though, Billy on the way, is on the way down. It did bounce. You know, if you look at KWEB, you're going to see very similar action. But it looks like now KWEB. Let's take a look at the low of yesterday. As I've been saying many times, it takes that low out yesterday. Look out. I mean, it still has a long way to fall. AWP, let's take a look at AWP. Yeah, I see a headline yesterday on it, but I don't see anything today. This is, well, one of these funds. But yeah, it did pop up to 664. Through the 200-day, briefly. Yeah, I don't see any news. Market is starting to give it up now, guys, a little bit. Remember last time we looked, everything was positive. Now everything is negative. Now let's take a look at the sectors now. Remember early on, 10 minutes before the market opened, energy was 100%. Let's take a look at it now. Russia news, okay. So energy is still basically 100%. No, not yet. Keep asking for this change from the open. That is going to be a lot more powerful than the change from the close. Change from the close is fine in the pre-market, all right, but what we really want to see is how these sectors are really changing. Yesterday was a great example, or 2 days ago, I can't remember, where every energy stock looked like, well, from the close they were still down, but they were moving. You know, it's just that none of the energy stocks were still above the previous day's close. But if we have the change from the open, you know, and sort on that, you're going to see a big, big difference in these sectors. So I'm still waiting for that to be changed, or added, I should say added. Then we can sort on the change from the open. But anyway, you know, things have changed. Whoa, I'm not in the PSTG anymore, but it is starting to move down with the market. Well, that should be helping then. I hate to say it like this, but energy, let's take a look at the energy price of crude. Last time I looked, it was 103. So crude is starting to move higher here, guys. So the last time I looked, this was 103. It's 106 now, and West Texas is 102. So yeah, price of crude is starting to move up. And with that, the China stocks are still dropping. Oh, you're welcome, Anthony. Yeah, so I mean, to take, you know, emotions out of trading, obviously, I mean, I never auto trade, okay? You won't hear me ever talk about auto trading, but you know, one of the things though that you can do, you know, you can manually take the trade, and if you're really, really struggling with obeying your stop and things like that, I mean, even if you don't have, yeah, well, first of all, you can use our simulator, and then once you start trading, you know, even if you don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, your broker will have a way to, you know, set an auto stop, a price you're going to get out of the trade. So if you're really struggling with obeying your stop, you know, that's one thing you can do. Oh, definitely, definitely download the latest version. I mean, that's the production version. So always be on the latest version, and that is the production version. Yes. Somebody asked, should I? And by the way, welcome to the community, as we call it. Yeah, there's no real edge with this EIGR yet. It is still, little topping tails and bottoming tails. There's no real edge right now. I still like to see a drop for a potential short, but yeah, when you go to our homepage, just download the latest version. I mean, there's only one version now, so just download the latest version. When you go to our homepage, just when it says download, just download that. There's only sometimes we have what we call a beta. You'll see a production version and a beta, but they're now merged. There is no beta available. It is they've merged. So three columns that I like to have up and running, okay, in the simulator. Obviously, today's profit, the max P&L, and the distance from the exit price. So this will give you a good idea about how good are your exits. It's one thing to be able to buy a stock, but now how do you manage your exits? We get a lot of people say, "Man, I got out of that too soon," or "I didn't get out soon enough," and things like that. So if you keep an eye on this, what this says, I mean, this is not anything dramatic, of course, but what that is telling me, the max P&L at $4, that's telling me that when I took this trade at 8.15, the most I could have made was $4, okay? It obviously popped maybe a penny above, that price. But imagine if that had said $500. At one point, I was up $500 on the trade, and now I've let it go down, so I have a $20 loss. Obviously, you shouldn't do that. Allow that to happen. Okay? And then when you get out of a trade, the distance from the exit price will really tell you a lot also. And I should be looking at that because, oops. I can't see it. I can't see it. It's not, oh, wait a minute. Okay, yeah. I'm familiar with their program, yes. I don't use it, but I am familiar with it. Oh, for eager. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. But this also, okay, continuing here, the distance from the exit price, when you get out of a trade, and these are hotkeys, by the way, so if I flatten, that gets me out of the trade. I can get out at half my position, or I can double it. Of course, I could go down here and pick how many shares I want to trade and the price, but these are just, if you want to get out instantly, you just click flatten, all right? If I had a series of trades here, I would just highlight the one I wanted, or I could highlight a bunch of them and flatten them all if I wanted to do that. Now, when I do that, then you're going to see the distance from the exit price, and that'll change. So when you get out of a trade, if you went long, what you want to see is a big negative number here. That will tell you, great, I got out of the trade, and look where it is now. It's way below where I got out, which of course is what you want to see. So these three right there will give you a good idea about how good are you managing your exits. Meanwhile, guys, KWeb is really, really starting to move down now. Oh, I see. Well, it's really the only one you can download, so I never worry about that. Every time there's a new version, I always have it. And I'm usually on a development version. I think I'm on Yeah, I'm on this 0.73. Rarely have I encountered any issues. Wow, K-Web is just, what is the low? It's getting closer and closer to that low of yesterday, guys. China, China, China. Give me a moment here, please. All right, give me a moment here, guys. I just want to I want to see something here, and I'm going to click on my homepage link. Oh, I see what you're saying. I didn't even know they added that. Yeah, it won't affect the product or it shouldn't affect performance at all. I think what they're talking about is improving the look of the top of the races and things like that. But you know, for 99.9% of the program, that's not affected. No, I mean it's strong. It's still kind of strong. It's basing right here. But let's take a look again. I have to keep looking left. 840 or is it 840 or that 822 is where it stopped. You know, it's amazing. 820 it got to. The high looking left is 822 in that monthly chart. So it's got to take that out. Then it has a shot to the 840 level. You know, I just think I don't know. I just think there's too much resistance between here and 850, but I may be wrong. No, I see. Even the AWP came in my 10-day daily breakout. What did the Rambas do? Yeah, nothing. The market is just kind of in drift down mode right now. Man, all day long I was saying China, China, China on the way up. Now I'm saying China, China, China on the way down. Hope you can see what I'm looking at here, guys. It takes out that low of yesterday. That means, of course, remember, this is just an ETF, so I don't know. I don't know what stocks are actually in this, but anyway, takes that out though. I mean, look left then again at the low of 20. Yeah, you can either buy Yang or short Queb. You know, you have your choice. This is the bear version, so you can buy Yang, 16%. Let's see, what's Queb? K-Web. Yeah, it's okay, 11%. So I guess it's just obviously it's the price too. Yang is a little cheaper, but all right, well, things have slowed down a little bit for me here in terms of the number of alerts I'm getting. Well, here's a company I've never heard of before, relatively new. I don't know, this might have been a SPAC that turned into this BRLT. The Brilliant Earth Group had earnings. Did not see it at all in the pre-market. Probably didn't trade very much. That's why I didn't see it. The Brilliant Earth Group. What the heck did they do? Oh, I have seen this one before. The jewelry store. Okay, diamonds and... Oh, thank you for that, Eagle. I always know there's... Interesting. I'm just looking at the stocks that are in there. But it obviously has, it's kind of a proxy for all the China stocks, even though it doesn't look like, I mean, I'm just like 62% of the assets are about 10 stocks. Interesting. You guys are saying there was a pop for Iger? Yikes, no kidding. Big pop and then an instant drop. Big pop for Indo, guys. Again, you got to be careful with this one. You know, expensive's pretty expensive. 1.5 million in the float, but you know, a nice pop on it. But you cannot leave your computer. You get into this one, anything with a low float, do not drift away from your computer, even for 10 seconds. It sounds crazy, but these things can drop $2-3 just like that. Did I miss BRBR off the scan? Oh no. 2350, 2350. Yes, I did. You're right. What time was that? 11 o'clock. No, only 10 minutes ago. What the heck was I doing? Okay, well, dice now. No way. No way you could have got this at this price. Funny how we see these sometimes on that scan. These massive bottoming tails. And the alert would have been 1822. No way. Too bad. All right, what time is it? 11:11. All right. Things have really, really slowed down for me in terms of the alerts I'm getting. Just checking out some of my thumbnail charts, not seeing anything extraordinary. Unfortunately, you cannot, okay, starter. Those don't exist for us. Again, as I explained before, you know, we don't require anybody learning a programming language. So what we tried to do was create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. The 1348 is not available. You're right, you can put it on the chart, but it's just not available. Not seeing the 48 in, I'm not sure ever. 13 I see every now and then. I don't think I've ever seen the 48. Yeah, somebody in our YouTube room mentioned root. Didn't see this one at all. And interesting. This has been kind of straight up. And what do we see here? Looks like there's a lot of resistance between here and 2. And this is shortable for me too. Yeah, well, you know what? Jets is of course going to drop. Price of oil keeps chugging higher. The airline industry gets really affected, as you know. Huge component of their business is the price of oil. What do I think of PAVM at the moment? Okay, perfect. Let's take a look at PAVM. Haven't seen this one for a while. Well, I mean, it's got 150. The next high looking left is 158. Does it have news today? Trading higher after the company announced. Now, remember now, I don't get seduced by the news. All I can do is I can see the headline. The company announced 3 patients. Okay, 3 patients underwent a successful implantation, etc., in Colombia. Well, I mean, I have no idea about that news. But, I mean, it depends what you're looking for. I mean, if you're looking for a quick play right now, I see some resistance right around that, just over that 150 mark. I certainly see some resistance around 180. I mean, it's just clobbered over the last few months. Again, it had a little bit of news that has juiced the stock somewhat. I mean, 21%, yes, but whether, I mean, if you're asking me to analyze if I think, well, that's the news that's going to get this back up to 100, I certainly don't know. Yeah, Hood had some kind of an announcement about paying people to lend their shares, paying their customers. Working on a stock lending feature, competing with the big guys, with the Fidelities, Morgan Stanley, etc. So that news, I think, hit, I thought it was after hours actually, but maybe not. Boy, this is a bit of a snoozer day for me here, guys. Yesterday, my alerts were firing left and right, basically all day. Just kind of really nothing's happening for me. APPH not showing up anywhere for me, I don't think. Yeah, the reason being, so for me the reason being is that relative volume is just not high enough. Doesn't mean this is not a good trade, don't get me wrong. It's just that, most of my filters have a relative volume of probably at least 2. This one has 8, as an example, so. And there's a question we get a lot, well, I want to see this trade. How would I see this? Well, I could easily create a scan. It'll show up on the basic new highs and lows if I reduce the relative volume. It'll definitely show up. But if I do that, I may get a lot of other stocks that don't keep doing this, and you get inundated with alerts. So there's always, you just have to be prepared that sometimes you're going to miss something that looks really good because of your filters. You reduce your filters, you'll see it, but you may introduce 10 others that you don't want to see. All right? So on a day like today, I probably should pay a little more attention to the races, okay? Now, if you want to learn more about the races, again, go to our user guide. So click on my homepage link. My homepage link is always here in the homepage of the tab. Just click on it. And when you get to, go to the education section. Click here, and then click on the user guide. And then if you scroll down to the stock races, very detailed explanation about the stock races, what they're all about. Okay, there are 2 videos, there's some text, and a couple of videos, all right? Now, when the market, when my alerts are firing off left and right, I won't pay that much attention to the stock races because too many other, in my opinion, for me anyway, the way I like to trade, too many other things to look at. But all of a sudden, if we get a lull, so what this is telling me right here, now let's see if this makes sense at all. Yeah, so you look at the ENSV. See how it's moving higher right now? And it's leading the charge here. The thing is that I would not see in one of my scans ENSV unless I took out the high of the day. That's what all my scans are generally, the trigger would be the new high of the day or a new low of the day. So consequently, I will miss a move that is not either high or low of the day. So when the day is now starting to turn into a bit of a snoozer, I can start watching this and say, okay, especially if, this is not as, nothing I necessarily want to take, but what if it had taken it, what if this had been happening after a bit of a consolidation period? All right, and then all of a sudden it starts to move out of consolidation. I mean, right now I would feel like I'm chasing it. So if I get something that's leading a race and it's coming out of consolidation, that will get me interested because I'm not a big pullback player. But this can kind of get me, a little more focused when it gets a little more quiet. And there it is. I mean, and you can see it won that last race. It's right at the top here. Now, how you're going to use your races, if you want to use races, is up to you. But you have to, first thing to do is look at that user guide. And it's, a very detailed explanation about what it's all about. And now a lot of our channels, if you don't want to create your own race, a lot of our channels already have races in them. Okay, the momentum channel. So it'll take this top list and it'll have a race in here eventually. What we're trying to do, one of the things that we're wanting to do is get the races started every 5 seconds. Okay, right now it takes 30 seconds before a race will start. Now, if it's a 10-minute race, that doesn't matter. But if it's, like me, if I want to run 2-minute races, I don't want to have to wait 30 seconds every time. And you can see Indo is starting to. You can see Indo is starting. Well, that's on a daily chart, but on a 15-minute chart, you can see Indo is starting to spike now. So you can go to the different channels and you can start watching the races, and you just basically click on, whatever's leading or something that looks interesting to you, and the chart will appear. It should also appear, it'll appear here also. You can set it up so it only appears in the chart in the channel. Man, I had to make sure I didn't accidentally turn, that's a sound toggle. That happens a lot. Some people say, how come I have no more sound alerts? And they've accidentally, between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing, they've accidentally clicked on their sound toggle, so that turns off all your sound alerts. I just make sure I hadn't done that, because this is really, really slowing down here for me. Mr. Real is here. Yeah, even K-Web, I mean, just not solidly down. A little bit of a pause here. Maybe so you're going to see a lot of the China stocks now are probably going to bounce just a little bit. How long? We don't know. Well, I better put an alert for Eager underneath, maybe 792, 790 or so. I'm going to bracket maybe 820, 830 or so. See if it breaks out of this area one way or the other. Yeah, I mean, listen, HUSA is definitely moving. Won't show up here again. Actually, it did show up earlier, but the volume tapered off, so the relative volume is not over 8 anymore. Yeah, that's probably a little, I want to say better trade than the Indo. A little more, maybe less volatile, shall we say. The high right there is 752, so speaking of dice, okay, guys, a little move in the SPY here, guys. So SPY is just flattened out and just mildly positive. Dow is still down a little. Nas is still down a little. Really, not a lot of action in the big markets. And The crude price is just falling a little bit. The last time I looked, it was 106. This was 103. So, I mean, but still up. You know, all eyes on these crude prices. I mean, you know, if they really start to ramp up, of course, all those low float energy plays will look pretty awesome. But the overall market will probably take a big dip. Another little energy play is that 9. Low float energy play is the 9. 24 million, so it's a slightly bigger float than the other ones. Probably really has to take out that 335 area. Well, guys, I'm losing interest. Waiting for something from Zach Scanner. Marps is moving, though. I will say this: Marps is moving. That was another one of those low floats. $32 got up to $32. Not that long ago. It seems like a long time ago, but it's not that long ago. Next high looking left is 1677. So Marps is on the move, yes, but another low float. You got to be awfully careful. This is not shortable for me. This pick had news about Disney. Not shortable for me, unfortunately. I'd love to short this one. Just looks like it's going to, keep falling. PIK, but not shortable for me. Yeah, barely, but it is below. Yeah, a couple pennies below. Eiger below, but it's barely. Yeah, I mean a little move for SMFL, but I mean I look at here at the 2-minute chart, just not what I'm looking for. In something like this, it said 8 or 10%, and then you look and it's really moving and it doesn't have some near-term resistance. That might get me a little bit interested, but right now I'm just not seeing anything that is really, really moving off this racing. There's that little BHIL, guys. I mean, it's not trading very much, but it just intrigues me. I mean, you know me, I don't often swing trade, but if this closes well, I may swing trade this thing. I mean, it's come off 270 a few days ago. Has room. This is not a recommendation to do the same thing, but it just intrigues me. He did. Perfect circle. He did. Even Twitter is moving higher here for some reason. Twitter, TWTR. So we've got some silver plays, PAAS. So precious metals, probably. I saw, yeah, I'm pretty sure that. Well, let's take a look at AU. I know that came from Zach Scan as a top, but SSRM, PAS, PAAS, SLV. Let's just take a look at the ETF. Yeah, so the Silver Trust. And ARRY, ARRY, you know, these are just kind of stocks that are at least are up for the day. Now look at the SPY now. Okay, guys, maybe this is the break. Maybe this is it, the one we're looking for. If you're looking to short, BHIL, I'm sorry, Iger. Well, it's kind of extended. It's just that it was intrigued me because it was over $5 and it still had room. You know, I mean, I don't know what it's going to do, but you know, getting over $5 and then looking left, had room to the 550, and then up here. Again, this is not a recommendation. Okay, it's just something that came up on a scan when I was scanning after hours. EIGR now, guys. Wow, okay. Are you really going to take this out? Now, here's a word about stops, okay? When I trade, I have a stop, yes. But I can always get out before my stop. If I don't like the way something is trading, you know, I can always get out before. My stop is the worst I want to do in the trade. Okay, that's my absolute worst I want to do in the trade. But if I get into something and I just don't like the way it's trading, you know, I can always obviously get out before. Well, okay. If you logged in, number one, do you have a toolbar? Talking to I don't know how to pronounce your name, but AJ, do you have a toolbar? Okay. Is it green? Is the ball green? If it's green, that means you basically have activated. If it's red, it means you're not for whatever reason. Sometimes people don't fill out the exchange agreements correctly. You have to say whether or not you're a pro trader or not, things like that. But number one is, do you have a green ball in the toolbar? If you can't see it, if you can't see it, it may be because you have to stretch out the toolbar, okay? You should be able to see it though, no matter what. So can you see a green ball? You see what I'm doing here? Like right there, that means you are connected. Oh, okay, so you're connected. You're fine then. Yeah, get rid. Okay, idea surfing. That's just a toggle on and off. I wish the default was not idea surfing, but that's just a toggle. So just right up there, you can toggle on and off. I would put it on pause. So if you're surfing though, that means you're connected. Nothing else. There's nothing else that you have to do. Now you can start looking at the different channels. You can click on new, and then dock channel bar. You can start looking at the different channels if you want to do that to start. You can take a look at my scans. I would also, if you haven't done it, just quickly take a look at the 20 lessons. From my home page, just look at that education section and look at the 20 introductory lessons just to get a little more used to, what is a top list, building one, what is an alert window, creating one, okay, before you get started. Remember, it is a software program, and that's for everybody. It's a software program. There is a learning curve. All right, guys, it is now 11:39. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to confirm that it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room when I take my break at noon. How much does the software cost? Okay, that's a question from our YouTube room. So what I'll do is I have to put my link in there. All right, so Theo, when you click on the link, this is what you'll see. Okay, so you can click. Now we have a promo right now for St. Patrick's Day, Patty 20 for 20% off. So if you click Get Trade Ideas. Now it sounds like obviously you don't have the program. So what I would do is do not take out an annual subscription. Okay, you've got to really know you want the program. So this is a toggle. You can click on monthly, just toggle it and click on monthly. So standard is 118, premium is 228, and you can take 20% off that first month only. If you do decide within 30 days that you do want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, you can do so. We'll honor the 20%. But you can always try us out. For most people, our standard service is fine. You get access to, you can practice trading using our simulator. The only thing you really don't have access to is our AI. It looks like this. Not too active today, but you have an entry. You have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. But my advice is that you can always upgrade later, to premium if you want. I would just start off with a standard subscription for a month. And, within a month, you'll have a good idea whether or not you want the program or not. So that would cost, what did I say? Oops, so cost 118 less than 20%. Okay? Boy, that eager Ugger is not wanting to really give up 8 yet. Big base. So here's the deal, guys. Big base. It's a fairly low float, 30 million in the float. I would not take it unless, on the long side, unless it obviously breaks out here, but on volume. You always hear me talk about that. Do not take this unless it breaks out on volume. Now, it's not the absolute volume, but it's sort of, look at a 15-minute candle or a 5, even go down to a 2. You want to see something that is dramatically bigger than, the previous ones. If it, for instance, it could break, you could see, like, look at that spurt up here. That was a little bit of volume, but you probably want to see something like this. Otherwise, you could just get constantly these fake breakouts. Obviously the volume means enthusiasm. So the idea then is you can set a price alert, so you don't have to stare at the chart waiting for volume to come in. And the volume is starting to come in. Look at the 15-minute. It is more than the previous one so far, though this only has another minute to close. But what you do is you can put a price alert, say, at a price that you thought, if it gets to that price, I want to really know about it, number one, and maybe I'll get into it. So all you do is you set a price alert, like I'm doing right here. Create a price alert, okay? I don't have to put any notes in if I don't want to. Then I say save, and you see what happens. Okay, you see what happened. So if you're not using our price alerts, you should be, okay? First of all, just click on new, and then price alerts window. And then this will, if you've never done it before, this will be blank. And what you do is you minimize. First of all, it's very easy to create a price alert. You saw what I did. I just went right to the chart. I positioned my mouse, that dotted line where I wanted. But of course, I can, if I want to make an adjustment, create a price alert. I can type the price alert in here if I want. Save it. I'll do it again. Just save it. And then you minimize this window. You don't have to have this window up and running. You minimize the window. When a price alert happens, it'll pop up on your screen. All right? You sort on the triggered time so that the last price alert will be right at the top. You can also put a sound alert on it, just in case you're sleeping. Okay? Place a sound alert on it so that when you do get the alert, you'll hear it. I also have a wireless headset, so I wander away sometimes. If I hear that sound that I know is attached to this one, I can come racing back to see what the alert is. All right, so you can't miss it. So all I'm really trying to show you, though, is you don't have to keep staring at the chart waiting to see if it's going to break. Just put the price alert and then just forget about it. And the answer is yes, it will be Jamie in our YouTube room. Now, one of the things with Jamie, he uses Brokerage Plus all the time, okay, to trade his E-Trade account. So if you've got a lot of Brokerage Plus questions, Jamie's your man. He'll be there in about a little less than 15 minutes in our YouTube room. I'll put the link in. Okay, so he's got a lot of experience using Brokerage Plus. I don't use Brokerage Plus, okay, I just trade from within my IB account. If I weren't doing what I'm doing, I would probably use it. But what I like to do, I'm not going to toggle back and forth between simulation mode and my real account. You can do it, but you've got to have a lot of focus, which of course, I'm obviously doing a lot of different things other than just focusing on trading. So I don't want to make a mistake, think I'm in my simulation account or I'm in my real account or vice versa. So, well, especially I don't want to think I'm in my simulator and I'm actually in my real account. Yeah, see, there's no volume that came in. No volume, really. Volume's just drying up. Drying up. And again, think what it means. I mean, there's just, tons of enthusiasm at the beginning and in the pre-market. Tons of enthusiasm. Look at this. Look at all the volume. 18 million shares. This will more than likely trade the float by the end of the day. 29 million. It's traded 18 million. This will probably end up trading the float. Some of you were talking about GIII. This is an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. It gapped up, but it's now starting to give it up, and it's through the 200-day moving average now. So it is starting to give it up, and it's below that whole number of 29. That's pretty interesting, guys, as a short. I know some of you were talking about this, probably shorting it maybe here, on that break out of that little consolidation. But this is, now breaking down through the 200-day moving average and through that whole number. And the SPY is moving down. We definitely have a choppy day. Now NAS is down, Dow's down, SPY's down a little bit. So we definitely have a choppy day today. I'm not saying there's nothing that just is, giving us a good trend, but overall, especially the things that I see, I'm not seeing the same sort of trend action as I saw, for the last week. I think I have to, I have to get a better picture of what's happening. I have to sort of zoom out a little bit, or zoom in. So guys, precious metals are also in play today. I'm sure in all your excitement you meant to say IMTE, not ITME, Zach. And again, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, and I should change some of them because they're just not moving. Man. Okay, a little energy stock. SD is on the move, breaking out over 15. And when you look left, the next high is 16. So I guess it's got a little bit of room to run. 36 million in the float, so it's not crazy high, not crazy low. Man, this is just not really wanting to break up one way or the other. EIGR. I'll tell you this, it's not going to stay here. You know, it's going to do one of, it's going to break down or it's going to break up. There's no way it just stays here for the balance of the day. GSM, let's take a look at GSM. All right, another one. So why Real is pointing this out is not to go long, but as a potential short extended, not maybe yet, but the next high looking left is 823. So, you know, that 8 could stall it, the whole number could stall it. Dollar Tree, I haven't seen that one for a long time. Dollar Tree, DLTR. I guess that's about 3 or 4 days ago, 5 days ago, I guess, or right here. All right, guys. Well, listen, Jamie's going to be here in about 4 minutes or so. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put the YouTube link in. Hopefully we have it, for me anyway, a little more excitement in the afternoon. So there is the YouTube link. I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up, and then you can head over there. So I'll take my break at just around noon. Another little drift down for XPAV. XPAV below yesterday's low. Of course, China EV play. Oh, Mike, I'm falling asleep here. I mean, look at KWEB. I mean, just is not. He's just kind of doing nothing now. He's kind of chopping around, kind of like the market. So look at that now. I mean, we've got another little mini lift in the market. Okay, before I take my break, just don't lose sight. Set some price alerts for eager. Okay, EIGR. You know, bracket on the top, bracket on the bottom. You know, maybe 828, maybe I don't know 780 or so. See if it breaks out at some point. I mean, I cannot believe it's going to stay here all day. You know, for the balance of the day. So that's all I'm really wanting to see. See if we can go long or if this is going to be a nice big short for us. All right, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. Oh, Jamie, thank goodness you're there. I need a break. Okay, I'll stop streaming now. Oh, Jamie, thank goodness you're there. I need a break. Okay, I'll stop streaming now. Oh, Jamie, thank goodness you're there. I need a break.
Okay, I do believe I've got the steering wheel now. So you go take your well-deserved break, Barry, and we'll see you in an hour. Welcome, everyone, to the hour for live support. I'll be with you for the next hour, so if somebody could just let me know with the chat panel if you can hear me, see me okay. Much appreciated. All right, so I heard Barry talking about EIGR here, Eiger, whatever you want to call it. As you can see, I've been playing around with it a little bit here. Had a buy up here. It just acted like it was getting tired up here, so I took a quick scalp in it. But I think Barry's onto it right here. Kind of just doing a bracket. If I can get my lines to work. And wait for it to break one way or the other. You know. When I was looking at it earlier, I was just kind of looking at the weekly and thought to myself, well, this could very well be a stopping point, which it did put the brakes on for now, so it will be interesting to see which way, if any, it chooses to go. Let's take a look here. This is what really caught my eye too. Well, number one, let me tell you how I first found EIGR. Okay, so check this race out right here. This has been running since the open, hugging the 10, which is basically just hugging the 10 period right here on the intraday, the green line. And look how many occurrences Eiger has. And so that's what, that's what brought it to my attention right about here where you see the B plus buy. Hey Iris, hello Circle, Michael, Bill. Hope everybody's having a green day. So, hugging the 10, not a bad little race. It's pointed me to some pretty good plays over the past 3 or 4 days. You know what? Circle, I never even bothered to look. Look at that insane relative volume. Still kicking right here. 284, approximately 30 million. Funny thing is, the float hasn't even turned over one time yet. What's going on there, Mike? Yeah, Mike, I see what you're talking about there, but if you really want to throttle it, okay, as we can see, oops, that's my pin. Get my pointer back here. These windows are just pointed to the list that was created for the stocks that were on these, or these alert windows are pointed to the list that was created at the close yesterday for these guys. So if you really want to take down the flow, you might be able to find some good filters that do that for you. I just prefer to glance at the chart and then sum it up from there. However, this is typically what I do here, and there's no rhyme or reason. I just extend them up to about right here. And if I capture all these symbols, I think we're at 70. We're always going to be right around 70 or 72 here. So if I go to my symbol list, you'll see we're right at 76 for today's action based on yesterday's close. But if you don't want, obviously we're ranking them down the most, up the most. So if you wanted less symbols, just reduce the number of symbols that we import here, Take it down to about right there. You're still going to get the biggest rubber bands being stretched out down the most, up the most. And of course, no guarantee that those stocks are going to have the most volatility the next day. But common sense tells me that there is a correlation there. But keep in mind, I have no filters attached here, just pre-market high, regular session high. So a lot of the times you can find these flattened out pre-market ranges that are setting up very nicely where your risk is going to be low, whether it be to the upside or the downside. But you could apply any of the common things that we all like here, like float, or proximity to the 10, or your other whatever your favorite intraday moving average might be. And to your point there, like I said earlier, never even looked at the news. So obviously, as you were saying there, Circle, the EIGR, COVID related. Lambda. Yeah, they kind of, all of a sudden variants aren't around, Omicron kind of, peaked out. And now we've got war with Russia, so I guess COVID's kind of taken a back seat. Can I get the hugging the tin scan? Why, certainly one. Now just keep in mind, if we check out the race setup, I've got 10 cars. You can always watch more. And you'll notice here, minutes to run, only 2. I've started finding that I like to watch the shorter races because you start getting the data quicker. But of course, to each his own, or hers. So let me get this cloud link over to you. And there we go. Yeah, Circle. I mean, I don't mind reading the news. It's just more for my own info versus a trading signal. And yeah, to your point there, swing trading, I've pretty much been scalping for the past 6-8 weeks. It's just, I just feel it's more conducive right now. But I'm glad you brought up swing trading. Because when we're in a market such as, let's get back to the daily here, it's just been a lot more difficult in this, in this downward market. And as you probably heard a lot of other folks here talking about, can't necessarily say it's a bear market yet, but it is a seller's market as of late. So I haven't really been doing a whole lot of swing trading. If I was going to swing trade right now, what I would focus on, trade of the week and the strength alerts. Trade of the week and the strength alerts. Let's see, I've had my strength window up, but somehow it got closed. All of these are going to be stocks that are holding up relatively strong in a market like we have now. The old saying, there's always a bull market somewhere. So if I were to start swing trading, strength alerts and the trade of the week, that gives us 6 plays to focus on. And that should be plenty for now. Okay, well, as far as scalping goes, that's really what these windows were designed for here. Building the end of day scan from the stocks that are the most volatile today, to the up and the downside. Yeah, look what we have here. Just want to make sure. I thought I'd recognized that symbol before, but obviously not. We got a baby stock here. This is definitely one to keep an eye on moving forward, just because of the what it's about to do here, or might not do. Could be a bottom. Really no point in anchoring a VWAP here, but let's just do it just for giggles. And you can see right here. If we wanted to get a better idea, we could always anchor from here. First day of trading. What industry are we in there? Botanical, medicinal, and botanical manufacturing. Sounds like a cannabis company. There we go, medical cannabis. Anytime you hear the words, let's see here, medicinal, botanical, ding, 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 plants. Okay, so I don't know if anybody has caught this here, but check this out. Trader's Eye. Maybe, I don't know if you guys have even seen this yet. It's relatively new, and well, just check out the stocks that are on here for now. Let's go back to intraday, and let's just take note of how these things have been doing today since the open. Twitter, opening candle, up nicely, meager 5.58%. PCRX, boom. ARRY, not bad. Rhombus, yeah, profit potential, still up a little bit if you bought the opening 15-minute candle there, right at the close of that candle. SGLY up nicely. This little guy not so bad, up probably about flat right now, depending on where you might have gotten it in that candle. BAAS having a nice little upswing too. Of course, we're going to have a few that are down, but overall, this list has produced some very nice winners today. And the ones that aren't winning aren't really down that much, depending on, where you might have participated after the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. But what is the Trader's Eye? Okay, these are curated symbols that Steve Gomez, Andy Lindelof, Michael Noss, Chris Varley have all started contributing to. And so I'll gladly hand out this top list here, but you can make your own top list because it's really about the custom list that is going to be updated, I believe, every day with some curated picks from all of the trading and training staff here at Trade Ideas. So it's a curated list. Should be real easy to find. The first time, if you pop into configure, and you'll notice I'm pointed to it now, Trader's Eye. But if you're not seeing it over here, you just hit the Add Existing List button, come down here, and you'll see it down here. Mine's already blue because it's already active, but if you just scroll all the way to the bottom, right above the ETF folder, you can activate the Trader's Eye, and it's going to automatically update every day. Iris, I thought you might like this. No problem. There you go, and that is the Trader's Eye. So keep in mind, some of these stocks, depending on how they're shaping up on the daily, might also be good swing trades as well. I mean, they're all looking very conducive on the daily. Eventually, though, there will be a Trader's Eye channel probably coming up here pretty soon. And as I suspected, let's see, what were my compare counts this morning? Let me take a peek. Yeah, they were kind of wishy-washy. 56% to the upside. We've, a little grind up from there on the counts, but not exactly a big range today in the market. And of course, what was yesterday, ladies and gentlemen? The Fed raised interest rates for the first time since 2018. I'm still kind of like, did I dream that or was that real? But no, it was real. Yeah, there'll be, well, technically, Circle, the symbols are updated manually, but you guys don't have to worry about it. We'll update them manually here as symbols are added and removed. But you don't have to worry about it because that list should automatically attach for you once you, or it resides in the list folder. So once you're pointed to it, you're good to go. Glad you like it there, Mike. Let's check out some of the other symbols. Been coming through. There's the EIGR again. INOD. Not a bad move in this little guy. So if you see INOD coming through 3-4 times in the first 5 minutes, you might think, oh, I feel a little chasey here. But this thing had plenty of room left in it to the tune of about a point on a $6 stock. Not too bad. Holly having just kind of a so-so day today after a pretty decent performance yesterday. So based on the compare counts, what I was getting at earlier, I was going to talk about Holly a little bit. Kind of like reminds me of, well, me. You have a really good day. You're all fired up to come back in and trade the next day. And a lot of the times, just ain't going to happen. So this morning I was thinking to myself, well, I'll manually watch Holly, but after the performance of yesterday, I wouldn't be surprised to see it take a little hiatus. And it was flat for most of the session, but looks like this CWST starting to roll over again. Not a bad short sell there in the old waste industry. All right, so let's check out another race, the increasing relative volume, kelp. A little bit of a thin stock, but geez, how many shares is that traded today? 2.4, of course, very low float, as we can see right here, 4 million shares. I mean, it's just all kelp today on this one. What was that one I just saw? Root. Well, and there's Eiger again on the relative volume. Huh. Could have swore I saw Root on there. Yeah, one thing we need here is the ability to sort these alphabetically. That would save my crazy brain a lot. Oh well, I guess I hallucinated that root was on there. But still, some good candidates being generated through the relative strength race. So my 3 favorite races thus far: hugging the 10, increasing relative volume, and winners since the open. SONM having a good day. And you know, the relative volume on these just kind of takes care of itself. If it's winning a lot of races and it's active, most of the time it's going to have good volume in there too. Lizzie. Let's see here. Going back to the questions panel. Yeah, perfect. I mean, you know, we can always have general guidelines like, you know, I'd like to hold a day and a half, or I'd like to hold 5 days, you know, and that's kind of the cookie cutter approach to the strength alerts. You know, you buy on Monday and you sell on Friday. But of course, you know, every stock has its own personality. So, you know, there's always the occurrence that something might get ahead of itself, right? And of course, you're right, risk management. You know, and really what that all comes back down to from a psychological aspect is you got one demon sitting on the left shoulder, you got another one on the right. One's name is fear, the other one's greed. So if you feed them a little bit, then they shut up, right? In other words, let's say you do get up, you're hoping to be up 5% on a position by the end of the week. You open that position on Monday, lo and behold, you're up 5% before the close, or day 2 or 3, right? You never can go wrong taking half of that position off, satisfy the fear and greed demons, right? And then you keep the rest, keep your original stop, or set your stop to break even. If it rolls back over, you still made money on the first half. If it keeps going, you made more on the second half than you did on the first half. There's no fear of losing. Your greed factor has been satisfied. Fair enough. Yeah, you just made me flash back to the 1980s there. Who was that, Poison? Every rose has its thorn. Pick. What is your initial read on the 5-minute chart? Market open. So the first 30 minutes on pick. Let's take a peek at pick. Okay, so nice little pre-market session there, for sure. But you're talking about initial read on the 5-minute chart in the first 30 minutes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So talking about the open. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to this candle. Well, initially it looked like it was starting to wedge up here, but it released to the downside and released again in this area. So, you know, before that candle got all big and red, it looked like it might be tightening up, but look at these wicks up here. Okay, this is what really stands out. Wick 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 wicks in a row on the 5-minute area. What does that mean? Well, it was up here. Buyers were in control, but they couldn't keep control. That is what these wicks are indicating, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. This was the writing on the wall up here, right? Which telegraphed which way it would release. Now it didn't just puke, but it still went south to the tune of Let's see. We're trying to wedge up about 371, 50 cents. Not a bad short play if you went short. Not a bad percentage play at all on a small stock. So that's my take on that opening 30-minute range and 5-minute candles. Well, we're happy that you're happy, Mike. Okay, and after a Fed day, no big surprise to see the market kind of taking it easy on these lower time frames right here. Going to sleep as we figure out, or as it tries to figure out, where do we go from here? Happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody. That is today, right? As you can see, I've got plenty of green on my screen. And I was trying to figure out what columns might be conducive for watching the trader's eye. Once again, I'm a simpleton though. Relative volume, where it is in the 10-day range. Simple enough. And I just realized, let's see here. The gradient isn't exact. There we go. Obviously, I'd colorize this list by relative volume. So if you want the gradient to line up, just sort it by relative volume. All right. I do believe I've addressed all the existing questions. But if you got one, go ahead and get it out. I drink so much water a day. If I did that, I would be on the floor for sure. Give me 1 second here, guys. Let me turn off my phone noises. There we go. All right, any questions that you might have, go ahead and get them out there. D-Lo. Tell you what, let's go back and look at some of these early plays. I'll just duplicate this guy. And what we're going to do here is go back and look at pre-market. You're right, Mike. And at first I didn't see them, and then I was like, oh, well, this tells the tale up here. All those little wicks in a row. ETF, ETF. Okay. See, notice that this was very early in the pre-market. Even though it's on that candle, I don't know why. Because that's AM, not PM. In any case, it got your attention. And you got to witness Yang exhibit this pre-market activity here. And that's really, I mean, when I'm looking at pre-market, these are the consolidations that I look at because the play is easy. You know, it's just like the way we set up that Eiger just a little bracket. So that's the way you have to view these as well. So 1778, and quickly after the open and that little level was broken there, what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 30 minutes from 1774, almost a point in the opening 30 minutes there. Nice and smooth. Never a worry, right? All just playing that pre-market range there on the first tick of the open, or the, once the regular session begins, that level is broken, boom, off to the races. Sorry there, just tried to inhale some water. A lot of ETFs showing up in here. When I see those, I just ignore them. I need to create an exclude or use the earnings filter to get rid of those. Here's a really good one. This would have been tricky though. Once again, they sucker you in on that opening tick. And this is the risk that you take when you jump in before the first 15 minutes are over. It looked like it was going to go to the upside here. Nope. Banana in the tailpipe. Would have been stopped out. What would your loss have been if you went long? 52.93, 52.21, so about 70 cents on the risk. And this is kind of tricky because look at these pre-market wicks. Oh, look, indicating that the buyers are in control. Opposite happens here, only to pull that rug out from under. Now, if you went short, great. But clearly, risk is very identifiable. That's why I love these little flat consolidations in pre-market, because we know where the action point is. Risk is clearly definable. All right, Blue Moon, what do we have here? Average true range and percent change can improve my swing trade scanners. Well, I can tell you what those are. I can't necessarily tell you if they would improve your swing trade scanners, because average true range is, okay, what does this stock normally move in a regular session? So that's just going to be attached with greater or less volatility, right? Percent change, Blue Moon, are you referring to percent change from the open or change in a certain time period? And the reason I ask is because, if we pop in here and check out the change filters, there's quite a few of them. So we could be talking about change from close, change from open, change in a very small time period. So just let me know what time frame you're referencing there. And so average true range, right? Here, right? Let's just take a peek at the yield definition. Classic formula, daily candlesticks to estimate the volatility of a stock. So, just the nature of higher volatility, right? If a stock has an average true range of $1 in a trading session, that can give you expectations of what to expect in the move, assuming average volume, right? Anytime more volume comes in, then those average true ranges can expand. When volume is light, those average true ranges can decrease, but thus the term average. Market maker move data important. So Brian, is market maker move data important? Now, Brian, are you talking about, what you're seeing on the level 2, referring to those as market makers? Because in general, a level 2 screen, or what we, I guess, refer to as an order book these days, it used to be very valuable, you know, but not so much anymore. I mean, some people might find value in it. It's just not something that I really pay a whole lot of attention to, because you might see large size on the bid, large size on the offer, but that doesn't mean it's going to stay there, right? So if you're referring to level 2, I don't really place a whole lot of importance on that order book. All right, so getting back to average true range there. All right, let's just do a little experiment here. Let's take Trader's Eye, and let's add a column for average true range just to see. Okay, so here we go. Arch Coal. You're like, wow, it might move $12.53 in a session? That is correct. Look at the stock price, right? So today, what was our range? 141.84, and we'll just call it 148. So 7 points and change, or 6 points and change right now, well below its average true range, right? But when the stock does get up and boogie to the upside or the downside, on average, 12 points in a session. And of course, you're going to see the correlation between stock price typically and, these values higher. These values are typically going to be higher. NIM, being in the industry that it is, oil and gas, which is, due to current events, no big secret there. Everybody buys gas for their car. You know what's going on. So, trying to apply, I guess, these to a trading strategy, right? It really just depends on the individual, right? If we're playing higher price stocks, I mean, assuming you have a game plan, right, which everybody should have before you ever go live or trade any real capital, your plan is your plan. So on these bigger priced stocks that have the larger average true range, if you're allocating, say, $3,000 per position, in the end, you're applying the same amount of capital to each trade. So to me, this is interesting stuff, but it's not real viable when it comes to attaching it as an important factor of a trading strategy, right? Because our trades are typically going to be based around our scans and our technical chart reading abilities, right? Using the scans to find the chart patterns that we like. So, once again, I'm a simpleton, right? Find the setups, apply risk management, stick to your plan. The rest takes care of itself. And the simpler a strategy is, to me, the more I like it. Leonardo da Vinci said, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. And you can apply that to many aspects of life. Mullen having a good day. Nice little rounded bottom there. Breaking above those levels. That's a good looking play right there. Wish I was already in it. But this little guy closes here today. It's got some room. Not bad. Limited weekly data. Notice the 10 period on the weekly. What does it look like if we anchor the VWAP? Aha! Maintaining, now above. Okay. A little room, just reclaimed the anchored VWAP on the weekly. So the mullen doesn't look too shabby here. Matter of fact, I wouldn't mind if it pulled back a little bit. We're going to keep that one on the... I will add it to my list today. That is correct, Blue Moon. Average true range is the average flux in points that the stock typically has in a regular session. And of course, higher volume can drive those numbers up, lower volume can drive them down, but we're looking at the average there. Circle Tesla. Let's take a peek. I like what I'm seeing on the weekly. You know, we came down to this level here. It's acting as support for now. I like the wick on the weekly candle. A few, was that 1, 2, 3 weeks back? Definitely a sign of strength. Looks like it's doing the same thing now. You know, we're staying above this level here. So, you know, from a longer term perspective, Tesla didn't look bad. Now it's, you know, a $770 stock. So if you're thinking about swinging this one based on what we're seeing on the weekly here, well, we're at 780-ish right here. Down here, we're at 700. So if I were going to take a stab at swinging this one, you're going to be risking about 80 points, you know, below that wick there. So you would have to size accordingly. So I like the weekly. Let's take a peek at the daily. And we can see the same type of action playing out here. $704 coinciding with what you see right here. So that is my rather simple take on Tesla there, Mike. Okay, reading your question there, Plaza. It may seem obvious to you, but during the day, do you refer to the sectors to see if there is a rotation during the day? Or is the sector theme more or less set for the day from the open? Well, the pendulum can always swing the opposite way. And I don't know if you've seen this window that I watch. I take a peek at these guys after the first 15 minutes. Now this is in a container, a dock, shall we say. So I can move it around, and I just kick it over to my other monitor, and you can see all the sectors here and the respective top list, but I've also added compare counts for each sector. And I think I can show you. I thought I had it on a screenshot here, but I'll have to fetch it from Twitter. Okay, so I just started this up, so you're not seeing accurate counts from the open, obviously. You're just seeing the count since I spawned this window. But what I'll do here, I'll drop that link in case anybody wants to start watching it. But these were what the sectors looked like as far as buying and selling. Stocks hitting highs and lows in that opening 15 minutes there. So, you know, what kind of stands out here? Well, if we had a 63% buying bias going on in industrials, 62 in consumer, discretionary, healthcare was looking good, materials were looking good, real estate, utilities, energy. Pretty much everything across the board was green here as far as, that count at the 15-minute financials looking pretty bearish. Now, how have they been holding up? How's XLF been holding up? Okay. 5, 10, 15, pretty much bottom ticked it there. That was the bounce. But just because we see a bullish or bearish count here does not necessarily ensure that it's going to continue that way, because we have these things called charts, right, that we still have to consult. So if I see a real bullish count on a specific sector, like that is the XLI, if I see strong action 5, 10, 15, I mean, look at this guy right here, 5, 10, 15, also got the wicks coming in there, and look at the nice uptrend that ensued after the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles. So also coinciding with this nice little range break that we see here, right? So 1, 2, 3, that's when we get the bullish count, and that following 5-minute candle, boom, up to the tops, and then a nice grind higher. So, if you have bullish or bearish counts in excess of 60, 65% and a conducive chart, a lot of the times those can be good follow-through trades. Sure, and I'll just grab the cloud link out of here and drop it in there for you. Okay, here are the sector compare counts. So Plaza, that is going to, if you copy that link and then just, once you come to load, it should be in there. So when you click the button, it should just pop up in its own container. And the reason I do it like this is because it's kind of a resource hog, right, with all these compare counts and a couple of 3 charts and all the top lists. So it tends to suck a lot of resources. You might notice my little panel over here turned yellow, right? So that's why after the first 15 minutes, I take a screenshot of it in case I want to refer to it later on. And then I get rid of it. Now, once you get it up, it's always a good idea to right-click and save it to your cloud. It comes up in my default layout, so I don't have to spawn it every morning. But after that first 15-minute period, I just can it. Yeah, compare counts are very underutilized, and you can really, it's kind of like counting cards, right? Playing blackjack. If you're capable of doing that, and they're not using a constant shuffle, it's just good old statistics. Well, I'm glad. That's always good if I save someone some work there, Michael. What do I think about SLQT? Let's take a peek here. Well, definitely having a decent day. Not the prettiest pre-market range right here, but you see this a lot. Notice what happens. Not even doing big volume today, and this little guy motored up nicely on a percentage basis, what, up 10%? But once again, here's that pre-market range being broken. Risk is clearly identifiable at 253. A dime risk, and 262 up to 290. So you're looking at a 3-to-1 risk to reward ratio just on basically the intraday action right here. This area being the reward area, this being the risk area. Now, from a more longer term perspective, not looking too good on the weekly, I'll tell you that. And that appears to be all the candles. So, kind of doing a little death march down here. I got a lot of, must have marked this chart up a long time ago. But this little guy is not feeling too well. You know, all the moving averages are fanned out above it. This is just the exact opposite of a strong stock, right? Moving average is all fanned out above it. It's down here in no man's land. This pitiful little range right here that just put in lows over the past couple of weeks is acting as the backstop for now. Let's zoom in a little bit, and you can see it on the daily as well. Select quote insurance, if my memory serves me correctly, yeah. Which they do enough commercials. Maybe they spend all their money on commercials. But yeah, select quote not looking too chipper here lately. Now let's zoom way out just for giggles. It only came public back in May of 2020, so not even publicly traded for 2 years now. Let's pull out the old Anchor, and of course Anchor VWAP. Man, a lot of bag holders in SLQT right now. Now, having said that, is it going to keep going down? Well, don't know. Let's see what the market cap has dwindled down to here. 473 million, and it used to be about 10 times greater than that. Boy, don't know what's going on at Select Quote, but it ain't good. Now, having said that, hey, it all the pain might be over, but if we wanted to take a swing at this one, we're only looking at risking, put a stop outside of this area, $1.79. You're risking about a point on this little guy right now on a swing trade. Because, one good thing here, over the past 2 days, it has reclaimed the 10 period, right? Now it's attempting to reclaim the 20 as well. So, you know what? I added Mulan. I'm going to keep my eyes on Select Quote as well. And a decent move, and it's really doing lackluster volume today as well. Now that we've looked at all the technical stuff, what's the news say? Investigating Select Quote. So some legal type of stuff's been going on, obviously. But once again, that's more or less just for entertainment. The damage is done. No problem, Kamoy. Yeah, Plaza, the little our little indicator here, performance monitor, right? If you start seeing yellow here, it just means you're kind of skirting the edge of getting poor performance based on your local resources, how much RAM, how old or how new your computer might be. So it'll let you know, hey, you might be skirting the boundary here. But as soon as I kill that big window, you see it went back to green there. And if there is a problem, if it does turn yellow, it'll tell you, hey, it's because you have so many alert windows or top list. It'll show you the area that's giving you the performance lag, if there is one. All right, Chandra, just reading your question. On the social sentiment channel, I'll tell you what, let me get a doc channel bar up here. It's not on the docked. Well, fundamentals, biotechs. Okay. What am I missing here? Social sentiment. Chandra, are you on the web version or are you on the client version? Or am I just not seeing it here? ETF panels. Okay, I tell you what, if you would be so kind to just send me the cloud link for those two windows, and I'll pull them up over here and we can take a look, if you don't mind doing that. Yeah, there's always a little discrepancy. Hopefully we're going to get that cleared up pretty soon, and same with the web version. One channel being on one and not on the other. So Chandra, just if you can send me the cloud links for those two windows in question, I can pull them up over here. And if you guys will bear with me real quick here, I'm just going to fill my water glass back up. Okay. The buzz window. Ah. See, if it was a snake, it would have bit me. And since we only have about 4 minutes left here, let me just, I'll just go ahead and pull the channel up for you. My Brokerage Plus doesn't go anywhere. Okay, so you're talking about Buzzworthy and other is Moon. Okay, Buzzworthy. Let's see what list this is looking at here. Okay, it's pointed to this Buzz list. Now, what exactly does Buzz mean? Well, it's probably, let's see, Moon. So they're both looking at custom lists. Stocks that have the potential. I mean, Moon is the funny thing is that was spawned by the crypto industry. When will something moon? When will this go to the moon? So looking at these charts here, you're going to notice something, right? See how they're all pretty beat down, and they really have the potential. If, you know, a lot of these are beat down, look at the little ADAP move, you know, from $1.72 to 207 so far. But a lot of these charts are going to be really beaten down, it appears. with the potential for some strong bounces. Now, buzzworthy, since there are no filters in here, then these are just things that are being talked about within the community. Buzzworthy, what's the buzz? Everybody's talking about stock AXP, OXY in social media. So that's my take on the difference between buzzworthy and to the moon there. Yeah, and I saw buzz. I was focusing on buzz. I didn't even, hey, social sentiment stands out like a big red flashing sign. Okay, wow. We got a minute till the top of the hour. That hour just kind of flew by. So let me just touch base with Barry and see when he's going to be back. Want to thank you guys for participating. Always a pleasure. Start watching that Trader Eye top list. Should be good. How do you export? You're welcome, Iris. Okay, if you're talking about an alert window, if you notice down here we have save contents. That will export the contents to an Excel file. And the same applies to the top list. You're welcome, Jacques. You're welcome, Iris. All right, just waiting for Barry so I can roll into a meeting. Hey, Holly picked up a little traction while we were talking. It's only up about $100 earlier in moderate mode. Now almost double that. Nice slow grind. Barry sounded tired earlier. Maybe he's taking a nap. In the meantime, I forgot to check on Iger. Aha. Not quite yet. Still trying to decide in this nice little comfy range. Well, let me know if you guys want to look at any more charts while we're waiting for Mr. Barry to return. You're welcome, Mike. Verve pipe. Yep, Spide is grinding higher. Is that what they still use winding clocks in Canada? Okay, I think Barry's back. All right, Barry, I'm assuming that you're streaming, so I'm about to cut my feed. Best of luck, sir.
Oh my God. Just a minute. All right. Now, obviously, you can make changes. Anything you want to change. It's 10 cents to $1, and you might want to increase. I don't know. You might want to increase the minimum volume. The reason I had it at 75,000 shares is just to catch them early. You know, this is when I used to pay a little more attention to these ones. As I say, I don't pay any attention to these now, but I know some do. So there you go. Okay, meanwhile, back at the Big C farm, I did take some. What did I get in at? I actually did something. I was able to get a mid 2083 on the Big C short, so we'll see. Okay, yeah, you're right. Maybe the Eiger is ready now. I mean, I've been saying that for a while, but yeah, it looks like it is finally ready now to maybe a little late. Well, depends where it's going, of course. I mean, if it goes all the way down here, it's not late. 778. I would have liked to have taken it just about here, right around 7.90. Excuse me. So I'm about 12 cents late. And the way it's, pops up and down, that that might not be good enough. But it looks weak. It's definitely weakening now. Well, I shouldn't say definitely. So now what I'm going to do is, as I said before, this is in the simulator, and again, this is always the worst I want to do in the trade. So I'm going to flatten the trade. Okay, so I'm out of the trade. So instead of a $100 loss, it's a $72 loss. Okay, as I said before, that is the worst I want to do on the trade. My stop. All right, so if Big C works reasonably well, let's see what it can get to. So the low of that 5-minute or 15-minute candle is 2061. I mean, I wouldn't expect much more than that. I mean, if I get really not lucky, but if it takes it out all down to 2041, that would be awesome. Right now, I'm just in a scalp mode though. So that gave two opportunities actually to short it. IAS, the initial opportunity up here, and then it popped right back up to the kind of that alert price, and then it's dropping again. IAS. Mentioned Playboy before also. Playboy, let's take a look at Playboy. Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's, I don't even know what to make of this one. Puma Biotech, PBY, is that Puma? Remember when it was about a $300 stock? Or maybe I'm exaggerating. No, I'm not. Not really. Okay, I was lying. It was a $282 stock back here. Unbelievable. Back in 2014. I sort of remember this. Man, just grinding here, guys. Just absolutely just grinding here. I almost took this BZ. Boy, I started seeing it right around here. It was a gap down in reverse. Right around here. But almost doesn't cut it, so there's a dollar move from there. China stock, of course. Oh, God. Another. I hate that headline, Zach. Hate it. AHPI. Yeah, a lot of volume came in. Not very much volume though. Only, I mean, the volume is all here. Just something must have happened. Oh, I see. This is okay. So this is all to do with this headline here. So anything COVID related, masks, things like that. Now, Iger is COVID related, not masks, but it's a. All right, well, it's starting to work a little bit better. Big C now. I'd be concerned about this level right here. If you took this one, 2060. See if it can take out that, if it does. But it's a bit of a spread issue, 65.72. Ha! Yeah, GME's earnings after hours. That should be amusing. Well, this one is, it was definitely choppy. I don't know, you could have taken some here, I suppose, this MULN, but you got to probably, unless it depends on your stop, but if you had that wide a stop, you didn't have very many shares. But since, this two break, definitely working. Now, this was one that I had said how you can take an order on a pullback. At this point, what I would do is I would not do that, of course, because if it pull back all the way here, the play is probably over. So I will now right click and cancel that order to buy MULN on a pullback. So this would be a day that if I weren't moderating a trading room, I'd be out of here. Should have taken my little dime out of Big C. I didn't. So I'm out of it now, guys. Basically flat. just a minute, please. My Bluetooth just stopped. POWW, let's take a look at POWW. Yeah, I mean, you'd think, wouldn't you? You would think that maybe this 511, 508, the 5 number, lots of stuff over here. Yeah, you would think. If you took it from me, Torps, if you took it from me, these times are these are Eastern time zone, New York. Okay. If you see 12:39, if that's the same time, then it's all East Coast. Anyway, take a look at POW. Yes. Is there anything happening with POW? Is there a reason? Yeah, it must adjust. Yeah, I guess so. Makes sense, I guess. Yeah, early on, I mean, the PDD for sure, when KWeb was starting to move higher. I will discount dice, though. I mean, you could have taken it, I guess, if it got back here. No way could you have got it at that alert price, 1822. Because look at that bottom tail, that must have just flashed down and up. But, you could have taken it, in this area also. All right, meanwhile, okay, so the Dow is up, SPY's up, and NAS is up a little bit. So let's do a quick look at the sectors. All right, so this is Jamie's compare count, okay? I just loaded it. It's a docking version, and this gives maybe a little better, I mean, because if we look at the sector status, until we get that position in from the open as a column, which I don't know why it shouldn't be taking that long to get, but anyway, it is. I know Andy's very busy. I think he's the one who has to do it, so I'm not going to dump on him too much. But This is a this is what Jamie uses, okay? And this is the sector count. So you can see right here. So when I loaded it, and this is why this is cool, because you know it's always starting from when you load. 100% of the stocks technology now, and 100% financial. You can see, you know, it makes sense. The market is starting to move higher. But let's take a look at energy, 50%, 50%. But you'll also get the ticker. Okay, so, and I can see that he's got this set up so it only shows in this chart, these charts here, as opposed into your charts over here also. So this is, I'm going to save this one. This is, okay, I'm going to save this one. Save it in the cloud, yeah. Okay. So again, this is again this is the compare count window, and all it's doing is just taking the stocks that are up in our technology list in XL. Well, let's take a look at energy XLE. Why isn't there a cylinder there? Okay, no, this is not. Okay, this is what I'm looking for. Anything that has this, might as well just, in my opinion, just get rid of this. Yeah, I would get rid of this. I'd get rid of this. I'd get rid of this. All I want is the compare count. All right, this is more, I think, the better picture of it, because now this is telling me when I open this up, you know, 50%, 50% energy, up, down, okay, that make up XLE. Nothing's happening though. So this is how I'm going to save it. Now I'll bring this one up instead. Jimmy, we have it March 17th post-market. March 17th. We have it this afternoon. That's what we have anyway. Let me do a check on another site and just see what they say. So just checked another site, and it says the 17th after hours. I'm pretty sure that's got to be correct. It's too big a stock to have an error like that. I think Pavlin. I don't even know if Muln is shortable for me. MULN. The answer is, oh yeah. Well, a lot of shorts, 619,000 at Interactive Brokers. Interesting. No, this one is short. Well, too terrible spread. MXC is shortable. It's too big a spread. KLXE. So these energy plays, guys, that were just ripping a couple of week and a half ago or so, they're all starting to give it up. Let me just check what the price of oil is now. Is it starting to fall? Yeah, so at one point today, Brent. No, no, actually, I'm wrong. Well, it's actually hanging in there. So, but for whatever reason, those low float energy plays are not tagging along today. They did at the beginning of the day, but they're not. There's no follow through. All right, Big C on the way down again a little bit. I just don't know how dynamic this is going to be, and well, the only thing is it is going against the market, so that's good. Means it's not. So if the market ever did take a bit of a downturn, but Big C. Just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. No, that was a heck of a bounce. That bell ring, BRBR. That's the one I. That's the one I missed. Really missed it badly. 23.50. So it's about $1 bounce. All right, this is a gap up and go. HCAT, HCAT. What sort of room does it have? 2511, it's got a little bit of room to the 25 mark. Just not enough for me to consider it though. Whew, okay, guys, what am I waiting for? maybe, maybe the big C if it gets back into the 70s, but it just doesn't look. Look at this. I mean, it just doesn't look dynamic enough. I know I said that before, but it's the same. Eiger is starting to move down. Eiger is starting to move down. Big level for it to get through is that 758 level. VRT was on Zach's bounce scan or topping tail scan. Worked out quite well actually, but it is now moving higher. And on the weekly chart, 1339 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So will that stall it? So if JK is, will that stall it? This 1 hour is not available to me to short. At Interactive Brokers, it just came on Zach scan hour, but it's not available for me to short. Boy. All right, guys. Well, today is Thursday, so there was a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So I will partake in that. Boy, this eager, it should be dropping more. Look at the volume, guys. I mean, look at the volume. It's just completely dwindled. So I don't know. It's just, in my opinion, it should just be dropping more. I mean, I guess it's dropped from the 8 level down to the 770 level, but of course, what I want and what the market's going to give me, two different things. What is the SPY volume today? Man, oh man, I'm sorry guys. I mean, this is just deadly for me. But make sure, yeah, I got my sound toggle is not off. What's the SPY volume today? So of course we had yesterday was Fed day, so had a lot of action yesterday. But look at this. I mean, you know, this is compared to the previous days. Now we have what? Another 2 hours or so, a little 2 hours and 15 minutes or so. I mean, there's the volume. Yeah. At least you had shorts. Oh, I have no idea, Mike. Is the market going to go up or down at 2 o'clock? I have zero idea. There's no catalyst. Well, the Fed meetings are done, so I have no idea. I know I'll be in a marketing meeting at 2. That's about all I know. That's the only thing I'm sure of. And start looking at some of these ones in the similar sector to see if there's anything happening. That's why I have that window open. All right, well, there is a little muln action I'm seeing from the race here. A little muln action right in that candle here. MULN. You know, you get days like yesterday and you get very spoiled. I mean, what a day we had. Not just with the China, you know, China, of course, led the way virtually all day. But then the Fed comes out, and at 2 o'clock, we had the big downturn in the market. Everything was moving lower. And then at 2:30, they come out and they start talking, and everything accelerated higher. Well, listen, this one might start to move higher now again. I mean, look, I'm just looking at this one, meaning EIGR. Looking at this 5-minute chart, I see all these bottoming tails down here. Let's get a big chart up. Let's see if we can see something here. So, well, even on the 15-minute chart, you can see that. I mean, again, what does it mean? Buyers had it down to 754, 755. I'm sorry, the sellers had it down here. Buyers closed it here. Sellers had it down here, 758. Buyers closed it here. And now the sellers at this point, maybe they're giving up for a while. And maybe they'll cede control for a while anyway to the buyers. Eventually, people trying to short this one are just going to give up for a while. Well, this action for KWEB now indicates that a lot of the China stocks, of course, are going to move higher, are moving higher. They've moved higher from here. Yeah, the last alert I had on BEKE was 1108 right here. And then look what it did from there, 1108. Wow. The alert was at 1160. Okay, what is Snap doing? So Snap just showed up on Zach's topping scan. What's the high looking left? 34.23 is the next high looking left. 34.23. No, at least we're getting a couple of ones from Zach's topping scan. Bumble, I mean, look at this. This is probably, well, that's about 50 cents away, unfortunately. A lot of action right here for Bumble at around the 29 mark. Yeah, around the 29 mark. So it still has some room that it wants, if it can. Well, 28.55 is the next high looking left for Bumble, BMBL. Of course, the market's pushing higher here. The market is pushing higher. These topping plays probably would work a little bit better if the market weren't pushing higher, but well, okay, I guess you can look at PIK, P-I-K, the news about Disney this morning, maybe trying to break out here. Same thing though, guys, look at the volume. I mean, all the volume, excitement at the very beginning, excitement in the pre-market on the Disney news, but since then the volume is just completely and utterly dried up. I mean, it's still 69 million shares traded with 5.5 in the float, so I mean, it's tremendous, but the volume is just dried up. You know, you want to see some big volume coming in to pop this one. It did get up to 431. So, I mean, I don't expect this to stay at 350. You know, but whether it goes down or up, I don't know. But you need volume, need some volume to pop it up. So, same thing. Just put an alert. Maybe, I don't know, 359 or so. 359. And the high of that candle there. If it takes it out on some volume, if you can see some volume coming in, then it becomes, you know, perhaps a decent play. Because it certainly has the room on a percentage basis. Well, we should, yeah, we're starting to get more in Zach's topping plays. Why? Look at the market. So we're going to get stocks that are probably doing something like this and maybe topping out. Maybe. These are not easy plays, guys. I mean, you know, it's a challenge to figure out, okay, is this the top? Is this the top? Or is this the bottom? Is this the bottom? I mean, it looks interesting. I mean, Bumble looks interesting because, I mean, look at the run it's had on the 2-minute chart. There is the support level way down here around 2770. So, I mean, if it wants to fall, it's got the room until it hits support. I missed it. Shoot. I missed where I wanted to get it. Because, yeah, you can take it and then, you know, put your stop at the top of the, right up here. 2844. But I wanted, shoot, that's a good one now. I missed it. I wanted to get it at 2222 or 2822. But this is right now for me anyway. It's definitely a scalper's market. I mean, you got to be quick. Take your profits when you can. Now this is sand, man. This one just got absolutely crushed. You know, not that long ago. I mean, this was $74 stock, $75 stock. Not that long ago. That was on the 17th. So what are we now? So a month ago, $75 stock gets all the way down to 31, cut in half. CEO was buying a lot in this area. It didn't help at all. The big red bar, which one? Here, on the 2-minute? I mean, the alert happened. If you saw the alert, it happened at 3406, so it's still, you know, it's still kind of there. I'd probably, if I were, you know, I don't think I'm going to be able to because I'm going to be in this marketing meeting, so don't necessarily want to take a trade while I'm in this meeting. I'd probably have to wait for a 34 break. I just don't see dynamic moves right now, though. I don't see like a Bumble just collapsing, you know. There's just no oomph in this market. I mean, it looks good, you know. You see this move here, but it's just a little volume. I mean, the market's going to look good. I mean, if we can hold all this, let's take a look at the SPY on the weekly. Take a look to see what sort of levels this is now. So you can see last month we had this big bottoming tail. This month we had a bottoming tail. You know, the sellers tried, but buyers have moved it up or kept it from really, really collapsing. A real collapse to me would have been like taking out 400. All right, guys, I'll just put my announcement in here that I'll be on this or in this marketing meeting. You know, the one I wanted to actually was really looking at from the AI was this PD. I mean, the PD has room still. This is the page duty. It does have some room still. It's an earnings play. There was the alert at 30.93, so it's been a decent one. Over 32 now. And again, it has a little bit of room to this 34 level. So it's got a couple of dollars maybe until it hits a lot of resistance. All right, guys, I will put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm now back, and what time is it? 2:32. So another half an hour or so on the mic, and then I'll keep the room open till 3:30. And as always, Chris will be there at 3:30 to 4:30 in our YouTube room. PD, guys, is still kind of interesting to me. Boy, I missed that LGVN short. I really wanted that one. That was a good one too, from your on a percentage basis. That was a good one from your scan, Zach. And the ASAN, yeah, no kidding. That really dropped. Wow, that was a great drop. What am I looking at here? Just kind of keeping an eye on this PD. It was from the AI. Just watching to see if it can regain this 32 level and start to run. It's an earnings play. You know, you never know. It might have a run into the close. It has room until around 34. So I'm just going to keep an eye on it. So the last thing I'll do is just go over my home page again. Give me something to do. All right, so there's my homepage link. So when you click on it, this is what you'll see. So you want to take out a subscription. We do have that promo code right now. Promo on for St. Patrick's Day. Probably runs till at least Sunday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. 20% off the first month only or the entire year. Trade of the week. These are the free sections. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do. And all the education right here. We have the user guide, of course, the big user guide, introductory lessons. As I said before, Chris will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 today. So before I do shut the main room down, I'll put the link in so you can head over there if you want. And last daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. You can watch the videos. You're brand new to trading. Please take a look at these. Okay? The PIK, I noticed, just shot up a little bit here. There you go. And there's some volume. A little bit of volume coming in on the 2-minute. Mentioned that one maybe to take a look at it. The high was 432. And last, my home page, my scans. So all my scans that I'm sharing are here. Okay? You can take a look at them. And in these two sections, the education, scans, lots of information. Save my link, then you can take a look at them anytime you want. Okay? How did that GII or triple I do? Yeah, look at this. I mean, just really not a lot of activity and a lot of stocks that we saw, guys. I mean, it dropped down below the 200-day and then came right back up, but this is an earnings play. I can't remember if this is actually... No, this was always positive, of course. And I mean, look how choppy Iger has been. You know, you can, yeah, you got, I don't want to say lucky, but I mean, you sort of time it to some extent. You know, I'm going to look at it on a bigger chart. And this to show you how choppy this was, to try to figure out, you know, going long, going short, going long, going short. You know, look at these topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, that is really hard, in my opinion, anyway. Just when you think, great, it's going to really collapse, whoops, comes right back up. All right, so this LGVN, so yeah, it did have some Alzheimer news as was posted. So it's come back up and a lot of volume. Look what happened. I mean, you know, guys, volume is everything. I mean, look what happened here. There's the pop. Look at all the volume. I'm looking at a 2-minute chart. Volume dries up. Look what happens. Volume comes back in. A little pop. I don't know if it's going to keep going, but you could just, I mean, it seems so obvious, you know, but wow, look at the pick, guys, now. Look at pick, P-I-K. Just mentioned it. There's a nice break out of here. You know, you can see the volume in the 2-minute chart anyway. And you can see the volume in the 5-minute chart. I'm really watching this PD to see if it has a strong close. Definitely the best one from the AI today. 3093, 3203. This is what the AI looks like today. Cato, my goodness, this is an earnings play. I didn't really see this one. Just sort of looking at my earnings scanner. Excuse me. What sort of support does it have? Looks like there's some, you know, okay support around 15, but if it took out 15, and that could happen tomorrow, there's the earnings play down 8%. Not a lot of volume. This doesn't trade very much. You know, I just can't get too enthused about it. It doesn't trade very much. All right, Warby actually, sorry, nice little move here for Warby. Remember I was saying it wouldn't surprise me if this one went positive, and there's the PD making a little bit of move. Remember a long time ago I said it wouldn't surprise me if this Warby went positive. Look at the comeback it had. This is the pre-market. It was all the way down to like $19, $20, 1989. I mean, it's now 27 now. Look at the comeback it had. And I said right around here, it wouldn't surprise me it went positive. It's gone positive a little bit. You got to wonder, like, why did this happen? You know, and then this. Wow, look at that pick. I don't know if anybody took it, but I'm telling you, that all, you know, there's the volume. You can see the volume there. You can see the volume there. You can see the increase in volume in the 2 minute. You can definitely see it ramping up in the 5. And it got almost, it got right to the high of the day, I believe. 430. What was this? 427. And that's the PIK. Yeah, the last one was Dice. And interesting, because I mean the market was moving higher. Just well, no, that's why. Because the market was moving higher, so we're getting too many stocks making new lows. I hope it's a good customer, Gus. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, I'm sticking an alert for PD. Well, I've got it right up here, around 32.20ish. Okay, I want to see if it takes that out later on. Come on, 3 o'clock. Jeez. Yes. Well, another China stock in reversal mode, guys. ZTO. I see KWeb is moving higher. Another stock, reversal mode. Of course, got tons of room, you know, to the high of yesterday. Ah, here we go. Zach LSPD. What is this one looking like? I didn't say LSD. LSPD. Coming into, let's see, what sort of 27.29, 27.44. So we've got some resistance right around 27, a little over 27. So this is from Zach's topping scan. Just watching it to see how well it holds under 27, actually. Okay, here's KZR. KZR is showing up here. KZR. Yeah, okay. Bye-bye. Do what I say. It's good for you. Bye-bye. Boy, look at pick, guys. Wow. I did not take this one. I pointed it out, but let's take a look at where it could go. Hey, little BHIL. All right. Pick. P-I-K. God, change. Where could this go? Yeah, I remember seeing this earlier. Yeah, all this is, little areas potentially to block it. I remember saying this, I wish all this weren't here. We had a straight shot to about that 560 level, but TKLF. I know you've been talking about TKLF. Yoshitsu. Okay, what are you? Beauty supplies and right. Wasn't this IPO that? Oh, that's right. This was that crazy one that opened and it got all the way up to 40, came right back down. I remember this one now. Okay, another one on Zach's Expensify. Okay. You do. Expense reporting. Okay. Expensify. I've never heard of this one. So this must have done an IPO back here. Coming into next high looking left is 1956, so it has a little bit of room to run. This is shortable for me. And LSPD starting to work a little bit better. Bit of a spread issue, 1890, 1902 for EXFI. Not horrible, especially if it drops. There is a support level probably about 1850 for it. Oh, Warby, WRBY. Right near that whole number now. Yes, look at the LP, look at the LSPD. I think I'm going to have to forget about PD. Doesn't look like it's. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, this is just this is a fairly narrow-looking channel. Just see if it pops through 32 later. You still have an hour, a little over an hour left. Junk going. Are they all going? Are all those little EV plays going? Solo? Take a look at Solo. Whoa, Warby, yes. Obviously, guys. I mean, while I was in the marketing meeting, I took this one. I cannot tell a lie. It was between that and PD. And again, the reason, room. 2909 had room. Back in 2750 or 26 something, it had room. Well, okay, William, you are getting your wish a little bit here anyway for the EXFI 1906. Again, that next high is 1956 on the daily chart for EXFI. Yeah, take care, Jay. Back in jolly old. Get some Irish mates together and have a good time tonight. Well, your scans today kind of saved my boredom, Zach, or saved me from boredom. Wow, look at LSPD now. All right. I mean, there's your little fantasy area, 2637, right there. You can see it on the 5-minute chart. I want to revisit this to see. I can't remember the filters. I know I changed some, but I want to see what the filters are again. So there's my range. There's my volume. Yeah, I just delayed 20 minutes. Are they the same other than that? I can't remember. Did I up the volume? And did I? Probably very similar. Other than the price range, it's probably almost the same. So this is what it's looking for, of course. The big high RSI. The theory being, high RSI, maybe overbought. Then the 2-minute range, at least, a 15-cent range. Wonder how that would look from the open. All right, William, you may be getting your shot right here. And that is, of course, for the EXFI. EXFY. Good thing about these ones is that you just put a stop at the high, and you just see what happens. Fairly tight stop. It's either going to work quickly or it's not. Usually, anyway. All right, guys, it's 2:59, so I will put my announcement in. Funny how that works. I'm not as tired as I was because there's a little more excitement. So on mute, and room will be open until 3:30. So just before 3:30, I'll put the link in for YouTube, so you can head over there if you want. Chris will be there from 3:30 to 4:30. But as always, if I have to hop on the mic, because I'm not going anywhere, if I have to hop on the mic, I will.
Alright, we got the video transfer, checking the audio. Alright, that looks good too. So, happy Friday, Junior, everybody. Another Trade Ideas late day Q&A here. Hopefully everybody's had a green day. Maybe one of those rising tides lifts all boats kind of day, hopefully, for everybody here. And what I mean by that is, we take a look here and got a gap down in the SPY actually today, and we reversed that right away in the first 45 minutes and took out to new highs, recent highs. Moved down a little bit, and then we've been pretty much steady grinding up for the whole day here. So that's what I mean by rising tide lifts all boats. And we're a little bit back and forth here on the close. The buyers and sellers trying to come in and out. I'm watching here on these compare count windows here. We can see new highs were moving down, new lows start moving up, and now the new highs are moving up again. We're seeing new highs and lows here on this market cap, and we're seeing kind of a grind here for new highs. We had a spike on new lows here at this market cap level, moving back down again. Same thing here, spike and a move back down, trying to grind higher for new highs. So, all sectioned off by market cap here. So, all good data to be watching. So for anybody that's new to this, just kind of wandered in, popped in, seen what's going on here, I do this every day as a open forum here for Trade Ideas questions and answers. So I let you folks drive the content here with your questions and do my best to answer those, whether it's scanning in general, compare counts as I was just showing, some racing charts, whatever you folks want to talk about. Said I don't come with anything pre-done, but will do my best to entertain everybody. For those of you that are regulars here, keep your eyes peeled. There's going to be a shake-up to how I've been doing this over the last few months. Tuesdays and Thursdays. It could start as early as next Tuesday, as late as next Thursday. We're going to do kind of a new format here. New kind of broadcast, and it'll be a little more focused on new signups here, especially the first half hour, and then move on to more of a format that we're looking at now. But that will all kind of integrate sometime next week. And originally the idea behind what I was doing here was for new users, trying to get new users the most out of the software. For whatever reason, our users haven't been finding their way to the live stream like this, so we're gonna end up changing a few things up. But I don't think it'll affect too much on anybody else's end that's been a regular attendee of these. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I'll keep things exactly the same as I have here. That's really it. More to come in the following days. Tomorrow and Monday, I'll have a little more guidance on what I'm setting up here. What will happen with Tuesday and Thursdays for sure is I'll be sending out a link, or we will be sending out links for a Zoom invite, and so I'll be able to simulcast through Zoom and YouTube and a few other areas as well, try to get some of the newer users captured into here, get the most out of the software possible. And I may or may not implement the Zoom for Monday, Wednesday, and Friday too. We'll have to see how that all ends up shaking out as well. So for now, I see I'm getting the silent treatment, it looks like, in here. I know I started a minute or two early, and I can see the users have actually gone, or the watchers have actually gone up. Always a nice feeling to see a few more people coming in to check it out and say hi. Alright, so with that, take a stroll around here things today. Unfortunately, that option scanner that we worked on yesterday didn't work out well, and I'm not sure why. I couldn't troubleshoot and see what was going on in it today. Our our data provider, one of our data providers, Nextcore, had a switch issue at their ISP in New York, which was causing some issues for me personally here, because I'm right near that server. And so I was spending the day with bug reports and things like that, and I noticed that this wasn't populating properly, or this wasn't really populating much of anything when I was running races on it. And I don't know if they're related or not. I wasn't able to get that far along in my troubleshooting. But my brokerage plus was delayed data coming through last price. There's a few other people seeing the same thing as me, so we're trying to figure out if there's anything else we could do on our end to help Nextcore with that situation. Steve, how are you? Welcome to the stream. And so, trying to mess around with this here. In the configure, I said, there's not a whole lot going on in this scan actually, that I feel like it should be getting such a few names in it, especially given the day that we've had and the days that we've had. And perhaps maybe not. Hard telling, not knowing. No, Oxy went up today because oil's up, last I looked, like $8 or $9. I mean, probably Berkshire's stake in it doesn't hurt, but I mean, look at USO today, up 8%, almost 8.5%. And that's off the highs right now. That's well off the highs. It's actually selling off now. So we got this massive gap, and so Oxy's going to play around with that. Yeah, PIK. I'm watching that. Barry just said keep an eye for this guy here. I've been watching it all day long, but my trading was killed, unfortunately, with what happened today and with Nextcore. It was a little bit of a bummer. I said watch for that push. Whenever Barry says to watch something, I pay attention. That was strange. One of my linkings is not working properly. So again, open forum here, folks. If people have questions, please fire those away for me. Thinking that's a brave short. I wouldn't have the guts for that one. That's not true. Sure I would. Why not? PD into the close 2 here. These lines on PD I drew a long time ago. I guess we can get rid of them. Well, that line seems significant still. Very interesting. SEAC. Let's take a look here. Yeah, big time. Not going to hit my scanners because I've got a minimum of $4 here to get on my scanners. But yeah, that's a big push, huge volume, doing 3 times as normal volume there, 3 point something times normal volume. It's kind of hidden the relative volume section there. So that magic number on the SPY, we discussed this yesterday. We'd look at new levels, 440. All right, so we've got this down here as a recent low. 440 is a level that we keep getting rejected off of, or having issues with anyways. We pushed up against it a few times now, tried to, coming into the close here. We'll see if it's got it or not. That magical last 15 minutes, we'll see what happens. Let's see if any of these other ones here, nah. And then I don't know who was around earlier in the day, but we're working on what we're calling a Trader's Eye channel. We're really consolidating some channels. We're getting rid of a lot of stuff. We'll archive them and probably have some kind of archived channel of the channels we're getting rid of. The idea, though, is to not limit data, but make the data more focused. Let me see here. And tease this out a little bit. So this is what we'll have coming down everybody's way, and essentially what we're doing is we've got a symbols list here that we've created, myself and the other traders, and this is all Andy basically. And this is what you folks will have here. And in this Trader's Eye, you'll have a look at different symbols that we are personally looking at here for some ideas, whether they're, just a day or 2-day run. That's going to be up to you, but charts that we have found interesting. So not a bad first day here for this list. See, configure columns, see if I can find a change from open. Not bad. All right, so of all these, we've got 4 not up from the open right now. And this one, I'm proud of this. That was my hat in the ring there. Erie was also my hat in the ring, which I took a position in today. And RMBS was also my pick, but that had that huge spike there and then kind of gave it up. But daily chart still looks good to me. Semiconductors, new all-time highs, all these things that I like. So we'll see. So those were my hats in the ring. I think that's all I put in there, right? Did I put LFST in there? Was that me? I don't think so. I wouldn't have done something like that, would I? Possibly that was me. I can't remember now. It was 5 o'clock this morning, so. Whoop, there goes Airy into the close. So that's what we're doing right there. Just downloaded trade ideas yesterday and can't seem to get out of the starting blocks to get going. What are my options to get up and running? I viewed most of the help videos, but seem to jump in before where I need to get started. Please help. I am the man you want to see, Dan. All right. So this is kind of going to go into what's going to be happening with my webinars coming up that I'm going to be starting. Mike C, what's happening? Good to see you. So everything in Trade Ideas essentially is going to live in 3 places, but for the purposes of what we're doing here, we're going to talk about the 2 places. Anytime you want to create a new window, Dan, whether you want a new alert window or top list, all right, any of these items in here, this will all start to come together as the days and weeks go by. There's a lot to get, but we start, with the more kind of simple stuff anyways. So anything new we start, we'll start up here, all right, in the new tab. There's all these other things that, you'll become familiar with moving forward. So the menu bars, we call it, that's one place things live. The second place things are going to live is a right click essentially. Whether it's chart or a scan, a couple different scans we're going to go into, break down some of these scans for you in a moment, but a right click. We have all these items in here. So on charts, we can change our time frame. We can send this to different areas. Again, these things will start to become more evident as we move forward. In here in properties, do we want pre-market data? Do we want post-market data? We have different ways to link charts and things like that. And as we go through, there's different items that are in here. And again, not all of this I know is self-intuitive, but start with some of the basics here. So the basics to me on charts are going to be the time frame you want to have the chart on. Do you want pre-market or post-market data on those charts? All right. There we go. Just brought pre-market data on there. Let's see if I can find something that might have a little more pre-market data to look at. So there you go. This shaded area shows pre-market. We right-click properties. We can put post-market data on there as well. So here's post-market from yesterday. All right, because obviously we haven't hit the post-market quite yet. And so that's where we're looking at with those kinds of things. Then we have our indicators here. All right. Your list of indicators that we offer right here, and you can set the periods in them and add them. If you have indicators that are already on your chart, you want to remove them or you want to edit them into the edit tab, you would go. So for example, I just have an 8 EMA, a 20 SMA, and volume on here, and I can edit the periods in any of those. Obviously, you're not editing periods in volume. Volume is just volume, period, based on the time frame of the chart. And as I go forward, Dan, if something's not clicking or doesn't make sense or you want to go another direction, let me go. And for now, I'm going to direct this at Dan. And if other people have questions, they want to jump on, they want to piggyback, they have something else, fire away. It's still open forum here, all right? And so that's that. Now, scanning, there's two basic scans that we have, all right? What we call alert windows and top lists. So first, I'm going to go with the top list. We're going to bring a new top list up, all right? And all a top list is a set of filters that we give values to bring us stocks that we want to see based on those filters. So the first place, anybody can come. It doesn't really matter which tab you want to start with, but the first place you can come is to the search, all right? And you can look at all these different filters. I think there's 300 plus filters that are in here, if I'm not mistaken, and start to add those filters to a scan to build a scan how you want. And we can search terms and see what's there. So for example, we don't have EMAs, but we have SMAs. So you can type moving, all right, and we type moving average, whatever you want to do, but moving, and we're going to get this list returned to us of all these different items that are here and whether we want to build a scan based off any of those things. If we want volume, same thing, all right, and we can look at all these different items that are in here to build a scan from. All right, so once we decide on something and we want to add that to a scan, all right, we can say, all right, I'm interested in shares traded today. So volume today, here's your shares, that's your unit, all right, and we can click on that here. And a few different things we can do right here. One is if we ever have a question what this filter is trying to do, we can click that help. It's going to give us this web page and give us a definition specifically of what we're looking at here, all right. So for this one, this was volume somewhere. I just went off of it. Do that again. Help. So there you go. Volume today, and you have it in percent or shares. All right. So there's your volume percent. There's your volume shares, and it goes into what these items are here. Okay. And you can do that with any filter that's in here. All right. You can't edit anything. If you right click a scan, it doesn't give you an option to edit, configure. So Dan, if you were to look at a top list that already exists or an alert window, if you right click and you go to configure, you can't find an edit there. It's not, you're not looking for it to actually say edit. You're looking at configure actually is what you'll be looking at. You'd look at a body of a scan. Do you have scans up, Dan? Do you have anything, anything on your screen right now currently that looks like a, has a T in the top left corner or an A in the top left corner? When you first load up, you should be loading up with the momentum channel, is what I do believe is the first load up. So there should be scans in there based on that. Yeah, no worries, Dan. So scan is an alert window or a top list. That's what we consider scans. All right. And they're indicated. You can look here. There should be something in the corner, all right, of everything that's there. If it's a race, you're going to have the checkered flag. If it's a top list, you're going to have a T. If it's an alert window, you'll have an A. Single stock window has an S. Charts have the candlestick chart right there on the corner. No, I don't think you need to exit, Dan. I don't think that's necessary. We can even do this. I can kind of, can I do that? Yes, I can do that, right? Dial it back with you here. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of my drawings. I'm going to stick that there. Tools, options, layouts, open relative domain window. All right, Dan, so let's start with some real basic stuff. Do you have this up here, this toolbar, this menu bar right there? You must have this somewhere, right? That must exist somewhere on one of your screens. All right, so once you're there, this is what I want you to do. I want you to go to New, and I want you to go to Docked Channel Bar, all right? I want you to open one of those up. Let me know when you got one of those up. I'm going to get you cooking and cruising down the rabbit holes of trade ideas. Perfect. All right. Now, every one of these channels is a theme. Some will obviously be more, or some will be more obvious than others on these themes, all right? And as you get the hang of things, I don't know your experience in trading and markets and things like that. So if you have light experience, things will become more evident as you move forward over time. If you have a lot of experience, things will become evident pretty quickly. So I'll say one of our more popular ones. I don't know what you mean by a delay. I mean, you should be getting me in real time essentially. And there's no delay to our scanners. All right, perfect. So with a lot of experience trading, you're gonna, as soon as you get the nuances of the software here, you're gonna hit the ground running, no problem. So if you've got if you got this docked channel bar open, and don't confuse that, there's a couple things here. Look, we have docked channel bar and we have channel bar. I want to go with the docked channel bar with you for right now. The rabbit hole is kind to everybody. It's unkind to your personal life sometimes when you're stuck here back testing for hours and building scans. So when you've got this dock channel bar open, oh, okay, I see what you're saying. That it's a delayed there. I wonder why that is. All right, yeah, we'll go with it. And actually, some of this might get cleared up next week when I start doing this in Zoom instead of just here like this. So, all right, we click that momentum channel, all right, and it's going to bring us what we call a layout. Layout's just going to be a conglomerate of scans and charts and single stock windows. I mean, a layout could be all just scans, it could be all just charts, but we call it a layout regardless. All right, in this here, you're going to see how there's an A here for alert window, T here for top list, M for multi-window. All right, so that's what we've got going on there. These checkered flags indicate a race. All right, and all these are is just different ways to scan essentially. Alert windows and top lists are the basis of scanning that we do, and then we'll get into multi-windows in a second here. So if you were to right click here, this alert window, and you go to configure, all right, you can see what's going on in this window, and we'll go tab by tab. We're going to start in the Windows specific filters tab, all right? So in here, we can see a list of all the filters that are being used in here, and any filter that doesn't have a value means it's being used as a column in the scan. And what a column means is these items up here are columns, all right? So if we look at, time as a column, symbol, type, there's counts. That means right here, that's coinciding with that. Even though there isn't a value here, it's displayed as a column for data, all right? But not every filter has to be displayed as a column. For example, we don't have the EPS as a column here, all right? Yeah, no problem. So look at that momentum one, this A here, right click, and you're going to see configure here, Dan, all right? And that's how you'll get to that. And so again, when we're in that configure, we can see these different filters that are in here. As things go forward, things will jump out and be more obvious as you get familiar with them. So you have volume today, all right, is the name of this filter, and its unit is shares, relative volume, and its unit is a ratio, change from the close, and its units percent, so on and so forth. So it'll always work in that format. And then if we're using the filter, it gets a minimum and or maximum value. Doesn't have to have both, but it can, all right? And so just for example, in this scan, we're looking at stocks that are priced between $1 and $50. It has to be up at least 2% from the previous day's close. Relative volume ratio is a 3, which means it's doing 3 times its normal volume, and that ratio is taken over a 10-day period. So we could take it a step further and say we're looking at stocks that are going to be alerted in this. They have to be doing 3 times their normal volume in the last 10 days. They also have to trade at a minimum of 100,000 shares today. 5-minute volume works a similar idea as the relative volume, but this is taking 5 minutes, a 5-minute period averaged over 10 days, and this is done in a percent versus a ratio. So 400 means 4 times, 500 would mean 5 times, 1,000 would mean 10 times, so on and so forth. And EPS has been put in this to weed out ETFs, essentially. So that's why that's in here like this. So we call it an EPS hack for just weeding out the ETFs for those that don't want to see it. All right, and then the 1-minute volume, same concept as this 5-minute volume. It's over a 10-day average. And so we put 1,000 in the minimum, meaning the stock has to be doing at least 10 times its normal 1-minute volume given the last 10 days. And so that's what the scan is looking for with those filters. Alert windows are a 2-function fold though. So we're going to have the alert windows here with their filters, all right? And then we have an alert too, an event. So not only do these filters all have to be met for a stock to get alerted in this window, but it also, the selected alert here is a new high on the day, all right? So the stock has to be making a new high on the day at the same time all these filters are satisfied. And that's how every alert window will work. Now, if we come over to the search tab, you're going to see a difference in the icons with the alerts and the filters, all right? So all the alerts will have all the alerts will have icons that look like this. As we scroll down, will kind of correspond with whatever that alert is, and there's a whole multitude of them. And again, we could select any one of these and we can come to help, and it'll bring us to this page here, all right? And it'll give us a definition of what that filter is, or what that alert is. Now, some alerts have a built-in filter as well that we can use too. So for example, in this selected alerts, if you notice, there's a field here, all right? And if we come back to the search, you're going to see that some of these alerts have this over here to indicate there's a filter that's attached to them. Some won't. Check mark, inverted check mark do not have those. And if I add those alerts, we can see there's nothing to add here. These filter definitions can be found on this same page where it brought us to the definition here by scrolling down and coming to this section of the page called Alert Specific Filters. Almost there. There we go. Alert specific filters. And this will go into what these items mean here. All right, so to bring it back into the scan here, for example, this new high works, it's just a new high day when there's blank. But if I put a 365 here, now I'm looking at new 52-week highs. And to note also here that this is going to include weekends. So if you're looking at 10-day new highs, you know, you have to consider the weekends that are involved in this here, all right? And so that's how that works. You know, this crossed above resistance going back in hours. Again, we can come to this here, and we can see in this, where is it, crossed above resistance, there it is. In this crossed above resistance here, we can see what that means and how putting hours in it looks back on the algorithm to determine where that resistance was. And again, Dan, if something I'm saying is not making sense, or you need me to go back on something, you know, fire away for me. I know how overwhelming a lot of this stuff can be at first, but like I said, as you go through, it's all going to start to click. And when I say rabbit hole, what I mean is you start building scan after scan. And Barry's being a jerk in messaging, saying watch GME after hours for earnings, and that it hit 10K. All right, so that's that part of it here. All right, and that's this part of scan building. All right. There are other tabs that are up here. Exchanges, we can decide what exchanges we want to look at. Everything is always going to default to just look at the major exchanges. Is this necessary to know how the AI Holly works? None of this is necessary to really know. I mean, at her core, Holly is an alert window, like what I'm showing you here. So if you want to understand some of the thought process that went behind the building of Holly, knowing this isn't a bad idea. But it's not necessarily necessary. Would you prefer me to take this in the direction of Holly? Because we could do that as well. Jeremy, I'd say it's not better or worse. I like docking because of the way I like to organize my windows with the other software that I'm using during the day. Other people don't care for the docking at all. They want free-floating windows everywhere. So I think it becomes a personal thing. I'd even direct you towards, let me find it. And check this video out that I did on docking here, and it kind of goes into how I did it and what it means. The only thing I didn't cover in the docking is this part of it. Let me get out of this because I don't think that's what Dan was looking for, is that kind of tutorial. So in the docking, if you take anything and you go to dock it or redock it, this tool here, if you hover over the tool, all right, it shows where it'll dock to, all right? And that's how that works. In the video, at that time, the tool wasn't that functioning. It wasn't functioning the way we have it functioning now. So you'll see me kind of like struggle a little bit to get it docked in that, but the idea behind the docking is there. No worries, Dan. So yeah, there's no one way I'd say for using Holly. The way I like to load Holly is, if I have my regular layout, whatever it is, to load Holly, I would go new. Yeah, in the web, it's kind of built-in docking like that, long before we had the docking in the software. So if we go new for Holly and look for AI Holly Strategy Trades window, all right? Not the Holly Strategy window, all right? You want the Holly Strategy Trades window is what you're going to want here, all right? And when you load that, that will bring this up, all right? And this is a basic looking Holly window here for what I have saved as my default essentially. It may look a little different to you just by the columns that are here. And essentially all Holly alerts will be in here, and what you're gonna, see out of them and do out of them is, always up to each individual. Let me actually do this. Bring up my Holly window. There we go. There's different filters that we can do in here. One thing we've been kind of promoting is to keep an eye on just the winning trades and get rid of the losing trades out of your eye. Today happened to be a decent day from her overall. So, more winners than losers on this change from entry column here. And let me bring up some charts so we can go over some other stuff with Holly. Get rid of that. So what's going to happen with Holly is she's going to alert real time. There's no way to know ahead of time what she's going to do. She's, at the core, looking at the overall market, okay? And then, the filters in the strategy are going to break down where in the market she's going to look. So she's going to have price ranges and things like that. And the alerts will come in real time. You can check those out, and you make a decision from there. What you think about the strategy, what you think about the chart, and all of that, and how to implement that into your actual trading. Everything in Holly, like the rest of the software, is going to be a right click. So you can right click here and you can come to columns, and the right side is going to be your master column. The left side is going to be what you're looking at for columns, and you can bring things on and off by switching left to right, right to left, so on and so forth, what you want to see displayed. All right. And so I see the columns, but how do I start trading paper for now? So to start trading paper for now, what you're going to want to do is on your menu bar, there we go. You're going to go new, and you're going to look for Brokerage Plus, and you're going to load a Brokerage Plus window, and that's where a simulator lives. And Brokerage Plus will look something like this. Some people have what's called a profit continuum up here, so it may look like that. I don't like that, so I get rid of the profit continuum here. So that's just in Windows. And just like the AI, just like Holly, everything right click again. Columns, you can display what you want in here. All right, for columns, what you want to see. And then you have these tabs that are across the top. So, there's different ways to do things here. And you can come to the Holly AI tab here if you're looking to try to automate Holly, which is I think where you're trying to go with this. You'd come to, first you would come to, actually I'm sorry, go to brokers, and you're going to link to the broker that you want. Obviously at this point we're doing the simulated. You're going to connect to that broker there, all right? In the Holly tab, what you can do is come to edit long, edit re-enter long, edit short, edit re-enter short instructions. You don't put instructions for each individual strategy, all right? It's going to be just for whether it's long, short, long re-entry, long or short re-entry, so on and so forth. For this exercise, we're going to go long, edit long trading instructions, all right? And then here's the instructions for it. You got to attach the account. So right now we see none. We would go edit and the account, and we're going to select simulated trading, and we'd save that there. And we have to decide, do we want moderate, conservative mode? All right. So these are all terms that you're going to have to, as you go along, learn. I'm going to drop some links into a few different things in here. That'll help get you there. And this is for anybody that's interested in these items. So let me start dropping these links, and then you can open these links and bookmark them and save them. So first one here I'm gonna drop is where I did a video going over exactly what we're going over now for Holly into the sim. All right, next link I'm going to drop is our Holly guide. All right, there's a Holly guide. Then I'm going to drop a video that I created for Holly. Now, I did this video on Holly at a time when Holly was separated into different channels. She's now been combined. All right, so that's the only thing that's different in this video. She's now combined into one channel. All right, so you don't have to worry about that. But we need to know the difference between moderate and conservative mode. So moderate is very easy. Moderate means Holly would enter a trade, and the only two things that get Holly out of a trade is she either gets stopped out or she sells at 3:55 p.m. Eastern on a sell on close order. That's what moderate means. All right. Other than that, you're holding the trade for the span of the day. Conservative, there's different ways that she can get out. So let's see if we have some conservative exits here. All right. So the exit reason on the Holly alert window here, which is what we're looking at again, the exit reason will always be conservative. And so the exit reasons are these. We have a profit save, which is essentially a trailing stop, meaning that the trade was winning. We were up in the trade, and we're not going to let it go back on us. All right. And so that's where the exit comes in. All right. We have a timed exit, meaning that the algorithm backtested to hold the trade for X amount of time. Generally speaking, they are either a 3:45 Eastern or 3:50 Eastern timed exit. So we can see those exit times right here on those strategies. All right, we have what we call reduce risk, and these again are all conservative reasons for exiting. So we have to pick, are we going, if assuming that we're looking at automation here, we have to decide, is it moderate or conservative that we're looking at? And so reduce risk means that the trade isn't working out, we're below water on it, and we're not sticking around for the trade, so we're going to exit it early like that. All right. Stop hit's pretty explanatory. We hit a stop, we're out. That's the way it works. And the only one not covered here is a profit target. We didn't have one today, unfortunately, but that's the next way in conservative mode. And so those are the 5 ways you can exit a trade in conservative mode, where in moderate, 2 ways, that's it. Forget about aggressive. Aggressive doesn't exist as an option. All aggressive means is that Holly got into a trade. There's no stop. She just held it to the end of the day. And that's that. All right. And again, in those videos and in the guide, go into more in depth again with those, so you can revisit those in that. If we come back into the edit instructions here, we're doing it in long, but this will apply to long reentry, short, and short reentry. So we've set an account, we picked the risk mode, all right? Then we're position sizing. Do we want to buy a fixed amount of dollars? Do we want to buy a fixed amount of shares? Do we want to share size based on Holly's stop loss, meaning I'm risking $30, I'm risking $500, I'm risking $5,000 based on Holly's stop loss, all right? Then we need to pick an order type. Are we going market? Are we going limit? All right, if we decide limit, we need to pick an offset. All right, negative numbers mean we're willing to go outside the last price on the spread to get filled, and going by pennies like that. So that means we're willing to go 5 cents outside. We're willing to give up 5 cents to get that entry on a limit order. And then time and force, very basic stuff on the time and force as far as market mechanics go that are there. So I'm going to stop there because I see some things coming in here still. So I kind of stumbled through some of these screens. How do I enter in the money I want to use, or how many shares? All right, so I think we just hit that there for you on that one. Position sizing. You got your 3 options that are there for you there, Dan. All right, and again, all that's covered in that one video that I did, as well as a review to go back on that. For how many stocks, or can I pick stocks? No, well, you don't pick the stocks. I mean, if you're manually trading, yes, you can pick the stocks based on her alerts here. Oh, no worries. I figured as much, Dan. you can pick the stocks based on that, but you can't feed stocks to Holly. She's just going to alert whatever hits her algorithm, and that's the way Holly works. So that's the only picking that you can do of that. The only other picking you can do is decide which strategies you want to enable. So you can right click individual strategies, enable them. So you might be someone who just doesn't short stocks, and so you only want to enable the long strategies. So you can either right click each individual one and select enable selected strategy, or you could click and drag and then select enable 3 strategies here, or you could go select like this, all right, and do that. And that's how you would get through that. And then in all these charts, there's no place I can find out how much was spent, how much was made. So you would find that here in your positions tab, all right? So if Holly enters a positions in the positions tab, you're going to have it populate here. And again, you can load up all these things here, right click in columns, and you can decide where what you want to look at for data. So, for me, for columns, I have, unrealized profit, today's profit, change in the position in the last 5 minutes, your exposure, based on your entry. We got a total profit here, so on and so forth. Your position sizing, your entry price, the last price, if you have a target price, a stop price, that'll all be populated in the positions grid of Brokerage Plus as far as the live trading stuff. Holly will have her stop price that's here and everything, but this here is just an alert window versus this here is, what's going on trading, whether it's simulated or not trading. And so I think I'm hitting all your questions now, Dan. If I've missed something, let me know. I'll circle back on it, but I think we're getting where you want to be. And so like I said at the beginning, Holly at her core is just an alert window. That's all Holly is at her core. And that core is this alert window here. She will start making alerts. The earliest is 9:35 a.m. Eastern time. That's the earliest alert will come in. Generally speaking, I'll say her alerts come in between, let's say, 9:45 a.m. Eastern and I'll say maybe 11:30 noon Eastern. We do offer paid one-on-ones, Dan. I mean, if you want to go that route, but if you want to do that, you can send a request for a one-on-one here. They're going to give you, you'll get a reply, info@trade-ideas.com. You're going to say what you want to do in the one-on-one and everything. They're going to give you a bunch of links, probably some links similar to what I said, because we try to really have people use all of our free resources first before going the paid route. And there'll be a link in there for the paid route if you want as well. Right, Dan, but you have to turn her on. You can't just, you don't load the software and it starts trading for you automatically. Every morning you'll have to come in here, you'll have to enable the strategies you want trading. Your trading instructions will always be saved, but each day you'll have to go in and enable the strategies and connect to your broker and all those things like that. There's no just, I started Trade Ideas and it starts trading for me. So each day you'll start Trade Ideas, you're going to come to Brokerage Plus, all right, and you're going to enable like that. And again, in that first video I shared, all that gets covered in that first video that I shared here, exactly what I'm doing now. So those are all things that, these steps have to be taken every single day to trade. Outside of that, you have your manual trading you can do here too. So, you can see what Holly is alerted to. All right. And you could say, oh, I like that. And from here, you could buy or sell. How many shares do I want? You can also edit it this, however you want. Do you want to market? Do you want to go in at a specific price? All right. buy, sell, so on and so forth. So, in the simulator here, I've clicked, and these, I have windows overlapping right now. Obviously, you can reorganize them. It's 129 an hour is the paid. But I do this every day for free, Dan. And we also do this at noon Eastern every day for free, just like what's going on here. And then we have those videos and the guides that I've also sent you too. So, but just as an example, if I wanted to take a trade with Holly here, all right, I could click, CWST, and I could say, I want to buy 200 shares, or if not, I can say, 250 shares, or I could say 150 shares. This is for manual trading, all right? And I could say buy, and I'm going in, all right? And we can see there's the orders populated here in the orders tab of Brokerage Plus. And right now I'm connected to the simulator. If I was connected to IB, that order would also be in Trader Workstation. Or if I was connected to eTrade, it'd be in their portal for orders. All right. Obviously, because it's after hours, I'm not going to get filled on a market order after hours because of market mechanics. But there's the order, and I just bought like that. Right. So, I mean, starting the Holly trading it's a threefold step. All right. You're going to go new. You're going to load Holly. All right. Holly AI Holly strategy trades window. All right. That's going to give you this. You're going to go new. You're going to go brokerage plus. All right. And that's going to give you this window here. And essentially, you're going to wait for Holly to make an alert. And when Holly makes an alert, you're going to say buy or not buy. And that's it. Just those three steps right there. And that's it. And if you get a fill, it's going to be here. It's going to be displayed what you got a fill on. All right. That's for manual. And if you're going automated, like I discussed before, you're simply coming to this Holly AI strategy, Holly AI tab, and you're going to set those instructions just like I showed. And then that's it. You're going to save the instructions. You're going to right click, and you're going to enable the strategies. And if Holly makes an alert, all right, if Holly, Holly gets in a quote unquote gets in a trade, you're going to see that display here in the positions tab, assuming that your trading instructions allow you to get into it. That's really it. There's very little to configure. But that's it. There's no other hidden loops or anything that you're missing out here. Everything that I've showed, that's the end of it. Right click, edit the trading instructions. All right, those trading instructions will save. So for example, let's say you've set up all your trading instructions, long, short, everything like that. All right, if you go to file, save layout, all right, you're going to see save as default layout. When you save as a default layout, anything you've done in Brokerage Plus is what will be living in Brokerage Plus every time you load up. Brokerage Plus is the interface to get you the actual trading. And that's one of the things that I think is a disconnect for people. This window here where it says Holly, that's the actual, if you want to actually trade Holly, whether you're trading her live or trading her simulated, that's where it happens. This window here is just her alerts. That's the difference. Here, there's nothing to enable. It goes. That's the end of it. An alert happens, it populates here. You'll see it. Here, if you want the actual trading, see how it says on here? So those are now all set. So if we were in live market and there was an alert to happen by any of those strategies, it will get me into that trade, assuming that that I'm the market order works or the limit order works, and so on and so forth. Assuming market mechanics are in line, I'll be in that trade. So what Jeremy said, will it full auto trade for the paper accounts? Yes, it'll full auto trade. Exactly what I went through in this video again, this first video. I'm going to drop a link to it again, and I would suggest those videos that I dropped. open those links now, bookmark those links, and head back in. Everything that I just did here, I go over step by step in that video for our simulator specifically. The only thing that will change if you go live is this. Instead of connecting to the simulator, you're connecting to Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. And in here, when you go to account, all right, if you're connected to your broker, you'll see your broker here, in your account and your broker, instead of the simulated trading. That's the only difference that will happen. Everything else will remain exactly the same. And so once you have your trading instructions set, all you have to do is decide, what am I enabling? Right click, enable all. All right. Right click, disable all. Or you can go one by one, enable selected strategies one by one. Or you can go click and drag, enable 7, disable 7. And that's everything. The things that, I think require a trader's brain are going to be, for example, you have a day where it looks like the market's really crazy and choppy. We've been in a crazy environment. Maybe you want to edit your instructions. You don't want to risk as much money today, or you decide you want to go in with a limit order, but you want a tighter offset on that limit order than you're normally going with. Those are things that a trader's mind comes into. But there's unfortunately not a one size fits all in some of this. So for example, you never know if Holly's going to alert stocks that are $1 or stocks that are $110. And so taking 1,000 shares of a $1 stock is a $1,000 position. Taking 1,000 shares of a $100 stock is a $100,000 position. So these are things you're going to want to keep in mind when you're setting your trading instructions. And there is no way to adjust any of those types of items. And there's no way to know ahead of time what she's going to alert to. Now, she comes every day with a different set of strategies. That's also something you're not going to be able to know ahead of time. The strategies she's going to come with are based on optimizations and backtest. There is still some stuff to learn here with Holly, and I go over all those things in the videos that I've shared with you, from the standpoint of the strategies and the alerts to the standpoint of implementing that into live and or simulated trading. So again, to understand more about the strategies of Holly, you're going to want to look at this video here. And like I said, this video was done when Holly was divided up into some different sections in the channel bar. That's no longer the case. It's all there as one channel now, one Holly. We are all one now. So that's, how that works. So hopefully that, this gets you going in the way that you're looking. So before we discussed, if we go to new and we see AI Holly strategy trades window, there's two different options here. This one is going to show you the trades. This one shows you the actual strategy. So if you click on that, it'll give you this window here where it tells you, here's your strategy, what it's called, is it long or short, its time frame, and all these different things like that. Only Interactive Brokers and E-Trade for now, Dan. Those are the only two brokers that we're linking to. We hope to link to other brokers down the line, but it's a process to, one, get those brokers to open up their API to us, and then two, if those brokers' API is actually usable. So for example, of all the brokers that exist right now, E-Trade is basically IB is the only one that updates their API regularly for this data. E-Trade hasn't updated their API in 8 or 9 years. TD Ameritrade, same thing. Fidelity, we can't even get them to open the doors, so we have no idea what their API looks like. So it took us, a few years to build into E-Trade's API, because when we told them their API doesn't work, they said, okay, we opened it for you. If you can't make it work, not our problem. And that was the end of the conversation with them. So we had to figure out a way to fix their API on our end. The same thing happened with TD Ameritrade. They finally opened the door to us, and the same thing. They said, not our problem. You wanted the API, there it is. We're not working on it, though. We're waiting to try to get Fidelity to open the door for now. If and when that ever happens, that's not up to us, unfortunately. So that's where that stands as far as that goes. So I am going to begin to wrap up for the day. 4:30 is on my clock coming up. And again, you can get us here after hours, info at trade-ideas.com. All right, any other questions or things like that in the after hours, you'll find us there. As I said before, I do this every day at 3:30 Eastern. Some formatting will change starting next week for Tuesdays and Thursdays, but Monday, Wednesday, Friday is open forum like this to ping things back and forth between each other. There may be some kind of Zoom implementation into this, but how that all is going to work, I'm not exactly sure. If I've got 200 people showing up to a Zoom call, I can't exactly turn on everybody's mic. So we'll see how that goes. That's how that'll go. And like I said, also at noon Eastern every day we do this as well. Is there a better choice of the two brokers? There's no better. There's differences. E-Trade, there's basically no commissions and you don't have to pay them for any extra data. IB doesn't just give you outright data. You got to pay them about $10 a month for the data. However, if you have $30 in commissions a month, they waive that fee, but you're paying the commissions. E-Trade short book sucks, to put it to put it very bluntly. So, Holly, if she's having a great day with all shorts, and E-Trade's just not giving you those short fills, there's nothing we can do about that. They're the broker. They're rejecting it. Is IB's short book perfect? No, it's not, but it's definitely better than E-Trade's short book. So, these are things that you'll have to consider weighing pros and cons as far as those two brokers go. Neither one of them have good customer support. We end up doing a lot of the customer support of E-Trade and IB here ourselves the best that we can. We do not work for them. We do not have a relationship with them. We're not even a third-party software to them. We're less than a third-party software to either one of them. If you went to IB or you went to E-Trade and said, oh, I'm having issues with my Trade Ideas link to you guys, they'll say, contact Trade Ideas. And we'll do what we can on our end, obviously. They mostly will ignore you folks. IB and E-Trade, we will not ignore you. We can't always get the answer right away, but we will stay in contact with you while we troubleshoot the situation. Our links to IB is essentially flawless. I have not seen a bug in my many years with IB. There are on occasions issues with E-Trade's link with like last price updating in your positions column of the trade you're in. Again, we do what we can on our end for it. E-Trade's API sucks. That's all there is to it. And they don't care. They don't care about you. They don't care about us. And that's how that works, unfortunately. So, generally speaking, if there is ever an issue with the E-Trade link, it's always isolated to like one or two people. And so we have to track down what it is on our end, through our end, and seeing how we can kind of fix that like that. So, those are the things, those are the pros and cons as far as E-Trade and IB go. IB anywhere isn't great, but there's also this too. Whenever there's extreme and crazy market volatility, everybody else's platform seems to go down. Thinkorswim goes down, Active Trader Pro from Fidelity goes down, E-Trade stuff goes down. Who doesn't usually go down? IB usually doesn't go down. Have I seen them go down? Yes, I have. But if I've seen all the other platforms go down 20 times over my years, I've seen IB go down 3 times. So I think that's a pretty good ratio for them. So, a lot of it is you get what you pay for type of thing. That's how it goes. And like I said, we're working on other brokers, but it's not just us, it's not just us linking to another broker. They have to allow us to link to them. And like I said, once they've allowed the link, they say, that's it, our hands are clean. We've allowed your link. It's your and your customer's problem from there. We don't care. So thus is the marketing world. So, all right, folks, it's after 4:30, excuse me. I do have to run for the day. Again, for Dan and Jeremy, I'd really implore you, those links that I've shared with you, go back, check those out, go through those. Every question that you folks asked in here is answered in every one of those videos. And Again, hit us at the info at trade-ideas.com as well to get us there, any other questions that you have. As always, I thank you kindly, folks, and we will catch you here tomorrow on Friday to wrap out the trading week, where we will do it all again. All right, thanks for watching, everybody, and I will catch you tomorrow. Take care and goodbye.